Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes.
Merci beaucoup, Andy.
Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, today is recognized by the United Nations as International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. The horrific toll of the most recent Israel-Hamas war is yet another example of the ongoing cycle of violence and injustice that has tragically gripped the region for decades. This has highlighted the need for a comprehensive resolution that delivers a hopeful future for Palestinians and long-term stability for the region. As is Canada's long-standing position, and which the UN declared by resolution in 1947, this means the creation of a viable Palestinian state living peacefully alongside an Israeli state. For too long, the Palestinian people have been victimized by occupation and blockades, as well as a governing regime that disregards the rights and safety of its own people. Today is a reminder of the work that Canada and the entire international community owes to the Palestinian people to ensure they have equal access to the rights and freedoms that so many take for granted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Tomorrow is Jewish Refugee Day, marking the expulsion of more than 850,000 Jews from their homes in Iran and throughout the Middle East and North Africa. In the years leading up to the birth of the State of Israel in 1948, Jews were subjected to systemic anti-Semitism and evicted from their homes. They were subjected to arbitrary arrest, torture, and murder. This forced migration was marked by religious persecution and even genocide. Many Jews and their families found safe harbor in Israel and here in Canada. During this trying time for both the State of Israel and Jews here in Canada, it is vital that we do not forget that Jewish communities had existed in these regions for millennia, contributing enormously to the culture, growth, and success of Arab nations. This year, B'nai B'rith will again be commemorating these refugees. A virtual gathering will be held tomorrow at 4 p.m. I invite members to take part as we commemorate this important part of Jewish history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, November 29 is the internationally recognized Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. Given the recent conflict in the region, which has resulted in the deaths of over 14,000 innocent Palestinian civilians, including over 6,000 children, this year's event is particularly poignant. I continue to call for a permanent ceasefire, a return of all hostages to their family, and for badly needed humanitarian aid to reach all the people of Gaza. And I pray for everyone can put their differences aside and work towards a just, equitable, and peaceful two-state solution. Violence is never the answer. I yearn for the day when two peoples can live side by side in peace and prosperity. Tonight, led by Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim staffers, we will gather outside the eternal flame on Parliament Hill in peace and solidarity with the Palestinian people, and I hope all of you will join us.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest suspense stories in Quebec show business has finally come to an end. We know who will replace Gino Chouinard at the helm of Salut Bonjour next year. And the announcement makes me very happy because Eve-Marie Lortie has been chosen. I'm also happy because at last a woman is being entrusted with hosting a morning show, something which still doesn't happen enough, if you ask me. There are many good men and women who could have been offered these big shoes to fill, but none as kind, human, generous, talented and approachable as Eve-Marie. In another life, I had the privilege of working with her on occasion. I even made recipes with her on Qu'est-ce qui mijote, the cooking show I was hosting at the time when she was my guest. I was always happy to meet her, as is the case for all those who are lucky enough to cross her path. Eve-Marie Lortie at the helm of Salut Bonjour is a natural progression of things. Quebecers will once again have a warm and friendly presence to accompany them as they start their day. A bit like having a friend over, having a coffee with us. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, bravo, Eve-Marie. Mr. Speaker, I never thought I'd be looking forward to Gino's retirement, but now...
The honourable member from Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, today is the United Nations International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. For over 70 years, Palestinians are living under the occupation, robbed of their fundamental rights with no regard to human dignity. This is the most terrible year with thousands of Palestinians, including thousands of children, killed in front of our eyes, with Western democracies not taking any measures to prevent it. Today, I and millions of Canadians are angry, frustrated, and feeling helpless with our unsuccessful advocacy to get Canada to change its position and do what is just and right. I call on Canada to ask for a permanent ceasefire and take the right step forward, starting with the recognition of the sovereign state of Palestine for a two-state solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I am heartbroken and I am angry. I'm angry that yet another family has lost a loved one to suicide. Carson Cleland was just like any other 12-year-old boy from Prince George. He was involved in sports. He was active in his community. But he fell prey to a sadistic predator whose only motivation was to do harm. Ryan, Carson's dad, has urged us all to do better, to be better, to make sure parents talk to their kids, check their internet history, have those tough conversations. 12 hours from the predator's first point of contact with Carson to Carson's death. It was 12 hours. That's an hour for each year of Carson's life. Carson's dad told me it happened so fast. Parents need to know just how fast this can happen. His mom, Nicola, told me that we need to have a safe place for our children to grow and actually be children. We need to find these predators faster. When do we as families get closure? Mr. Speaker, we need to be more vigilant when we're protecting our kids. Since 2015, there's been an 825% increase in the making and distribution of child pornography. We have laws in place, and we need to enforce them. And Mr. Speaker, we need to provide law enforcement with the tools and the resources they need to bring these bastards to justice and provide justice for the victims.
I thank the honourable member for making that statement. I would encourage all members, of course, to be reflective of the language which we use in this place, despite how heartfelt and how sincere I think all of us feel in regards to that issue. The honourable member from Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday I was pleased to join the Minister of Veteran Affairs and the Minister of National Defence and our host, Russell Gross, the Executive Director of the Black Cultural Centre in my riding, in order to announce dedicated funding to commemorate the legacy of the No. 2 Construction Battalion. The event included a presentation of the first ever No. 2 Construction Battalion camp flag to the Black Culture Centre for Nova Scotia for commemoration. The $2.25 million investment over 5 years will fund commemorative activities, educational materials, and community war memorials. This announcement follows up on last year's historic apology to the descendant of the battalion by the Prime Minister for the systematic anti-black racism they experienced throughout and after the war. This fund will ensure that the legacy of the battalion lives on for future generations. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Bravo.
The honourable member from Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years under this Prime Minister, housing costs have doubled, Canadians are close to a paycheck away from going broke, and there has been a 52% increase in monthly visits to food banks in Kootenay, Columbia alone. I will address a pressing issue impacting the hardworking farmers in my riding. The individuals work tirelessly cultivating crops, raising herds, are facing huge challenges with the rise of the carbon tax. The current fixed market rate at which they sell their products is not providing them with the flexibility to absorb the escalating costs imposed by this tax. It is imperative that we recognize the plight of the farmers and work towards finding solutions that ensure their success. It is our duty to address the concerns of the hardworking people who toil day in, day out to put food on our tables. More taxes, fees, half measures are continuously introduced by this NDP Liberal government, but no issues are being resolved. Mr. Speaker, we all need to support our farmers and ranchers. Support C-234. Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Monsieur le Président, en juillet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Thursday, I met La Montagne staff over 45 years. This chocolate factory became an essential part of our region. I'm always proud to see their success. They have been part of Sherbrooke for many years. Chocolat La Montagne has seen a huge uprise. They now export with $1.2 million from Economic Development Canada. This family business will be able to increase its productivity to continue conquering other markets and for tomorrow's challenges. Once again, congratulations to Monsieur Denis La Montagne and all his team, and don't hesitate to taste their delicious chocolates.
The honourable member from Milton.
Mr. Speaker, it's said that you truly realize who your friends are when you need them most. Well, the Conservatives made it abundantly clear last week that they can't be trusted to support Ukraine, our friend and ally, when the chips are down. Last week, every Conservative voted against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. It's a shocking new low for the Conservative Party of Canada. The leader of the Conservative Party is importing a MAGA brand, American-style politics into Canada, something that is not welcome in our country. Now they're tying themselves into knots in a feeble attempt to try to justify their shameful vote against a bill to help support the rebuilding of our friend and ally, Ukraine. Canada's support for Ukraine should have been unanimous in this House, but just like Donald Trump, the leader of the Conservatives is cozying up to Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Ukrainian, Canadian Congress, and President Zelensky asked Canadian MPs to support. You can't allow that, Speaker. Bill's going blue.
Colleagues, this week there have been a number of statements which have called into question some members have called into question the allegiances of other members, which is frankly not acceptable. I'm going to ask the honourable member to withdraw that part of his statement and then allow him to continue with that statement. So I'll ask the honourable member to rise in this spot and to do the honourable thing and to withdraw that statement, and then he will have 13 seconds left on the clock. The honourable member from Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement.
I am going to ask the honourable member from Milton. I see that the honourable member from Milton has the earpiece in his ear. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Milton to withdraw that remark, and then he will have 13 seconds on the clock to finish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw that remark. The Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement represents Canada's opportunity to assist in the rebuilding of Ukraine, and it's utterly disappointing to see the Conservatives stand opposed to that. Ukraine can continue to count on Canada on this side of the House.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, his billion-dollar green slush fund is engulfed in corruption. His hand-picked board chair was caught funneling $220,000 to her own company and then paid herself $120,000. Then she and the CEO both resigned in disgrace. We learned yesterday that another board member funneled millions of taxpayer dollars to not one, not two, not three, but 4 companies that she personally had an interest in. The Liberals knew about the corruption and ineligible payments, and they did absolutely nothing. One senior government official called it an ad scam level payout. Meanwhile, whistleblowers are afraid of professional and legal reprisals because these Liberals refuse to offer them any protection. At every level of this Prime Minister's green slush fund, there is corruption and more insiders getting paid. With an Auditor General investigation, an Ethics Commissioner investigation, it's clear that this Prime Minister just isn't worth the cost. Conservatives will keep fighting to expose Liberal corruption and to find out who got rich.
The honourable member from Medicine Hat, Carlston, Warner.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost as life has become so expensive that Canadians are having to choose between eating and other necessities. So far in 2023, more Canadians have gone to food bank than at any time in our recent history. Locally in Medicine Hat, the Root Cellar Food and Wellness Hub, which is our food bank, has a brown bag lunch program that feeds 1,500 children every single day who come to school without lunch. In fact, the Root Cellar is feeding a total of 4% of our community and report a 33% increase in food bank usage over the last 2 years alone. These numbers continue to grow with an average of 200 new clients each and every month, mostly two-income families, seniors, and students. Food bank clients overwhelmingly state the reason for needing to access emergency food is the inflationary rise in the cost of living. These are real-life consequences to the economic crisis this government has inflicted on Canadians. Speaker, it's time for the Prime Minister to do Canadians a favor. Take a walk in the snow.
Hear, 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 hear.
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Confident countries invest in their workers. Confident countries invest in their future. We are confident in Canada. We are not only investing in Canadians, but we also continue to attract transformational investments. More than $40 billion in the less than 3 years, and thousands of good-paying jobs now and for years to come. Volkswagen, Stellantis, Northvolt, GM, Umicore. The world is looking to Canada and choosing Canada. Conservatives have given up on Canada's auto industry. They are putting their partisan games and misinformation ahead of good middle-class jobs for Canadians. Aujourd'hui, le Canada est le seul pays occidental à
Today, Canada is the only Western country with an end-to-end supply chain for electric vehicles. Canadian automakers and their workers are making vehicles not just for Canadians, but for markets around the world. We on this side of the House recognise that Canada has vast reserves of essential minerals, clean energy and expertise to continue producing the vehicles Canadians want and that are good for our environment.
We will always stand by and with Canadian workers and our roaring Canadian auto industry.
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
More than 2 million innocent lives remain trapped in Israel's siege of Gaza, trying to survive amid the most horrific and inhumane conditions. Thousands of children have been killed. As a mother, my heart aches for those families. Survivors are being deprived of clean drinking water, food, medicine, sanitation, fuel, or electricity. More than 1.7 million Palestinians are displaced from their homes in their ancestral ancestral homeland. Among them are people with disabilities, women, children, seniors, and beloved families of hundreds of people in Canada. The Australian government has enacted special immigration measures, including a special visa program to prioritize visa assessment for those seeking to depart Gaza. Canada must do the same. I am calling on the Liberals to immediately enact special immigration measures to facilitate the evacuation of extended family members of Canadians and permanent residents of Gaza, and to renew my call for a permanent ceasefire.
The Honourable Member for Maine-Quagon. Mr. Speaker, goaltender Marc-André Fleury, already a Stanley Cup and a Vizina Trophy winner, gave us one more reason to be proud of him. It was the tribute to First Nations night last Friday in Minnesota. And the Sorel Stopper, whose wife Veronique is of Indigenous origin and wanted to wear a special mask by Dakota Nation artist Cole Red Horse Taylor, covered in flowers for Fleury, flowery in French, in typical Dakota style. It was to be sold to raise money for a charity that supports Indigenous families. Except that the National League threatened Fleury with a hefty fine were he to go ahead, as Commissioner Bettman prohibits this kind of tribute worn personally by a player. But when Marc-André Fleury jumped on the ice that very evening, he was proudly wearing that mask. Knowing how to have a spine is already an important technical skill for a goalkeeper, but knowing to have a spine as a human is even more impressive. Bravo, Marc-André Fleury.
The Honourable Member from South Glengarry, Stormont Dundas.
Canadians are increasingly frustrated as they watch Liberal-appointed senators stall and delay our common-sense Conservative bill that would carve out a much-needed carbon tax exemption for our Canadian farmers. Farm businesses are seeing their carbon taxes totaling over $100,000 per year just to use propane and natural gas to dry their crops. The worst part is that the worst is yet to come, because the NDP Liberal coalition will quadruple the carbon tax. So enough with the delay and games, Mr. Speaker. Canadian farmers are facing a $1 billion carbon tax bill from this Prime Minister that no one can afford. Food banks are at record use, 2 million people per month. After 8 years, Canadians know this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost, because as farmers feed cities, Canadians know that this Prime Minister just wants to tax them all even more.
The Honourable Member from Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Métis Nation British Columbia represents the Section 35 rights of over 24,000 Métis citizens, advocates for over 98,000 self-identified Métis, and represents 39 Métis chartered communities across British Columbia. MNBC strives to promote a strong future for their Métis people in British Columbia, where their rich Métis culture, heritage, and languages thrive. Métis communities achieve strong socioeconomic outcomes, and Métis rights as an Indigenous peoples are recognized. On April 13, 2017, Prime Minister Trudeau, Métis Nation President Cartier, and the presidents of MNBC governing members signed the Canada Métis Nation Accord during the first Métis Nation Crown Summit in Ottawa, marking a significant step toward a renewed government-to-government relationship based on the recognition of rights, respects, and partnership. I'm pleased to have the organization like MNBC headquartered in my beautiful riding of Surrey Centre, and today they are here in this gallery advocating for their people.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Never before have we had a Prime Minister who was so ashamed of his own economic update, and we now know why. Years after he said there would be no consequences from doubling the national debt, we now have a Prime Minister who's going to spend more next year on debt service than on health. Once again, why does the Prime Minister want to give more money to bankers than to nurses? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it would be more credible coming from the Leader of the Opposition if he hadn't spoken out against our historic deal to transfer $200 billion to the provinces over the coming years for health. We are here to invest in producing results for Canadians, but the Conservatives are just there for austerity and cutbacks. With respect to our economic statement, we've invested in housing, historic levels. We're helping bring down grocery prices, and we're investing in good careers in industries all across Canada. We will be there in a responsible way for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Canadians who open their fridges only to find that there's no food in them, and they have to go to food banks. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, they're already experiencing austerity in their daily lives, and the Prime Minister wants to make things worse with another $20 billion in inflationary spending. He's increased inflation and interest rates at the expense of Canadians. Will he finally reverse his inflationary policies so that Canadians can eat? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think the Leader of the Opposition's logic is a bit faulty. He rightly finds that Canadians are struggling to afford groceries, but he's proposing government austerity as the solution to help those families. But that's so far-fetched, Mr. Speaker. We are investing to help families. We're investing in housing. We're investing to bring down and stabilize grocery prices. We're investing in careers and jobs for the future. Meanwhile, the Conservative Party is voting against dental care for seniors, voting against assistance to companies that will help grow jobs. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So ashamed of his own economic update that he wants to avoid talking about it for the week that follows. So we can understand why. Next year, he wants to spend $53 billion on debt interest, a record-smashing amount that is higher than the amount we spend on health care. Works out to $3,000 for every Canadian family. According to according to the Bank of Scotia, Nova Scotia, this is going to increase interest rates by 2 full percentage points, or $700 a year, directly attributable to this government's deficit spending. So will he get a control of himself and control of his spending so Canadians can get control of their mortgage costs?
Mr. Speaker, I will admit openly to you and to others in this House that the media didn't cover our fall economic statement as much as we would have liked last week, because they were so busy talking about what a terrible week the Conservative Party had on Ukraine, on allegations of terrorism, on attacking Stellantis and jobs in Southern Ontario. Yes, the media were totally wrapped up in the Leader of the Opposition's terrible week. But we stay focused on investing in housing for Canadians, on stepping up, on more competition to helping grocery prices, and moving forward and creating great jobs and careers for Canadians for decades to come.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, maybe he should just give the media even more money to cover the news how he'd like it, Mr. Speaker, because we know he's so desperate to debate me on the carbon tax, a debate he's been losing badly. Canadians overwhelmingly want him to axe the tax. That's why he panicked and flip-flopped to take the tax off for a short time, and only for those people who are in a region where he's plummeting in the polls and his caucus is revolting. With 2 million Canadians forced to go to a food bank, will he stop thinking about buying himself better news coverage and start thinking about the Canadians who have to buy themselves better food?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to hear the Conservative leader again attacking the media, particularly on a day where we stood up and arranged a deal with Google to make sure that local journalism, that independent journalism, that the work that our news media is going to do is going to be able to stand the test of time through this transforming times we live in. The Leader of the Opposition continues to want to stand with big data, with internet giants, to sidle up to his billionaire buddies down south. We're going to continue to stand up for local journalism, for the work that professionals do to support our democracy in small towns and communities right across the country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Me on the carbon tax because he knows that Canadians know they can't afford the cost of food as he intends to continue raising taxes. And so instead, he tries to distract with media buyouts and by censoring views with which he disagrees. So will he have the courage to actually defend his carbon tax as 2 million people line up in bread lines like those we haven't seen since the Great Depression? And will he support our common sense bill to axe the tax on the farmers that feed us?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians right across the country, including and especially our hardworking farm families, are seeing the impact of climate change increasingly every single year. It has become glaringly obvious to everyone, except for certain MAGA conservatives, that the fight against climate change is a fight for the future of our economy. You cannot separate fighting climate change from growing good jobs and a strong economy into the future. And yet, that is exactly what the Conservatives continue to say. We put a price on pollution, we're putting more money back in Canadians' pockets, and we're creating great jobs for the long term.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, according to the media, the government is maintaining its refusal to launch a call for tenders for surveillance aircraft. Instead of a call for tenders, presumably on the basis of their analysis, it will be an American supplier. We've got nothing against Americans as long as it's fair. Have they ruled out a call for tenders? Have they ruled out Bombardier? And have they ruled out Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in these uncertain times, we have two main priorities. First of all, we need to ensure that our armed forces have the equipment they need to do their job. And we also need to ensure that there are good jobs in the aerospace industry for Canadians all across the country. Those are our two goals, and that's what we will continue to focus on. The ministers concerned will be making an announcement in due course. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. So we agree. We need security for the armed forces, and we need good jobs. Why rule out Bombardier? They can do the work. They're capable of it. This government is rejecting the modern Quebec and Canada in order to go with Boeing, the American company. We're not asking for preferential treatment. We're asking for a fair and equitable call for tenders. Will the Prime Minister step up as a statesman and say that what we read this morning is not true? There will be a call for tenders. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our Canadian Armed Forces need the equipment to do the job of keeping us safe, and we share our responsibilities with our allies to keep to protect a world, make it safer, and we need to invest in ways that will create good jobs and a good future for our aerospace industry in Quebec and all across Canada. Those are the priorities we share, and we will continue along those lines. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister promised to pass legislation within the first 100 days to protect Canadians from toxic online content and to hold platforms accountable. Last month, a 12-year-old in Prince George, 12-year-old boy, took his own life in response to online sextortion. It's been 764 days since the government has sworn in, and more of these incidents have been happening every year. When will the government introduce the online harm bill to protect kids?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to protecting our kids, I think we all agree that we have to do everything we possibly can. And that is why we have spent such significant amount of time working with communities, including racialized communities, working with experts, moving forward in the right way to keep our kids safe from online harms, to keep them safe in the virtual world that more and more of us spend increasing amounts of time. We need to make sure we get it right. We need to make sure we get it right both for the grand principles of freedom of expression and freedom of assembly that are so important in our democracies, but also make it right for communities that are all too often subject to discrimination and marginalization. That's what we're...
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Is causing harm to kids. We need action. The president
of COP28 is looking to make oil deals with Canada. The minister says their discussions were only about climate, but his department refuses to say who is part of the Canadian delegation until after COP28. Is the Prime Minister sending the Minister of the Environment to Dubai to commit to eliminating fossil fuels or to sign new operating contracts? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We need to be careful about associating a tragedy that happened in Prince George with actions or inactions of any particular government. We understand how horrific this is for the family, for the community, and we will continue to work to make sure that kids across this country are protected. And that is why we are serious about moving forward in protecting from online harm. C'est un enjeu extrêmement sérieux.
It's a very serious issue, which we will always treat with the appropriate respect and responsibility. This is not, it's inappropriate to make accusations. This is a tragedy we all need to work on together.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Le Premier ministre aime éviter.
The Prime Minister likes to shirk responsibility for having doubled the cost of housing over 8 years. He's not worth the cost. So I will quote from Realtor.com in the U.S. in October 2023. This is the 6th consecutive month of lower rents. According to rentalspoint.ca in Canada, rents in Canada reached a new high. Why are rents dropping in the U.S. while they're going up more quickly than ever before in history here in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have launched our housing accelerator. We did that this fall, precisely to create more housing in Canada and bring down rents for all Canadians. It's an issue that builds on things we've been doing since 2017 and even before to invest in housing in Canada. And we understand that there's much more to do. We have a population that is growing faster than in the U.S., but I'm sure that the Leader of the Opposition is not talking out against immigration right now. We will stay there to build more housing, to grow our economy, and to grow our population at the same time. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister loves to blame others for the fact that he's doubled housing costs in 8 years. He's not worth the price of rent. But let me quote the organization Realtor.com in the United States. October 23rd marks the 6th month in a row of year-over-year rent declines. Rental.ca in Canada says, and I quote, for the 6th month in a row, asking rents in Canada hit a new high. Why, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, is rent going down in the States and up in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since 2015, we have been investing in housing in this country to make up for the 10 years of lost time when that member as Minister of Housing and a previous government got out of the business of building and supporting housing across this country. So we've done an awful lot, and we recognize there's more to do, which is why part of our fall economic statement was about investing even more in creating homes and unlocking the potential of this country. As for the difference between Canada and the United States? Well, one of the differences is our population is growing much faster than the population growth in the United States. But I'm certain the Leader of the Opposition wasn't about to suggest he was anti-immigration, because we all know immigration creates jobs and prosperity, and that's what we're all for.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's the Prime Minister who brought up immigration. I was about to point out that in Canada, according to his housing agency, home construction is down 32% year over year. And in the United States, it's up 5%. It is true the Prime Minister has much more expensive federal government programs to build more government bureaucracy and less homes. Will he adopt our common sense plan to build homes, not just bureaucracy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all know the mistrust and the distaste the Leader of the Opposition has for expert analysis and expert advice. That's particularly because the experts have roundly panned his approach on housing as not going to be able to create the housing that Canada needs. What are we doing? For example, concretely, we've talked about 9,000 housing units in Hamilton, 7,000 housing units in London, 44,000 housing units in Vaughan, 9,000 housing units in Halifax, and more to be created over the next few years. These are investments we're making that are delivering for Canadians right across the country, while he continues to propose cuts and austerity instead of the investments that Canadians need.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Gives home building numbers. He's talking about promises that have not been realized. For example, he promised in 2015, 8 years ago, that he would sell federal lands to build homes. Now, today, Radio-Canada reports that it takes 23 years for the government to dispose of lands and turn it into new homes. In fact, one project won't be done until the year 2038. How many generations of Canadians would have to survive long enough for the Prime Minister to realize any of the promises that he makes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that underscores the importance of being able to work constructively with municipalities to build those housings. And those numbers from the City of Ottawa are something that we're concerned with and are going to be working to make sure that they accelerate the construction of housing on federal lands. We are there for investing in more housing. We are there to release federal lands for the construction of housing. But instead of doing what the Leader of the Opposition says and picking fights with the municipalities, we will work with them to ensure that they are building faster. That's what our Housing Accelerator is all about, unlocking hundreds of thousands of new homes over the coming years.
Hear, hear.
What he's actually done is unlock hundreds of new photo ops at the expense of Canadian taxpayers. So, for example, he's now given $15 billion to the renamed and recycled Construction Loan Program. This is a program that has built less than half of its targeted promises, and the new money that he says will build homes will arrive in 2025. The new homes in 2028. Wow. Mr. Speaker, how many times would this Prime Minister have to be re-elected on his promises for housing for a new home to actually get built?
Yeah.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the irony is the Leader of the Opposition is attacking us for making announcements on thousands upon thousands of new units built across the country when he doesn't make any announcements at all because he has no plan. He is not sharing a plan to build more homes. He's not sharing a plan to invest in the economy. He is not sharing his approach on how to create more opportunities for Canadians while fighting climate change, while responding to the climate crisis. He just stands there and makes personal attacks and sneers at everything and says it's all broken instead of doing the hard work, rolling up our sleeves and delivering a real plan for the future of Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The problem is with this Prime Minister, the future never comes. It's a promise that's always just around the corner. For example, his $4 billion housing accelerator has completed exactly 0 homes 2 years after it was announced. And here's why. The other day he announced a bunch of money in Halifax. And where did the money go, according to the city? to hire 29 new bureaucrats. Wow. The same bureaucrats that are blocking the housing construction in the first place. Why doesn't he accept my common sense plan to require cities boost housing completions by 15% in order to get federal money so that we build homes, not bureaucracy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I hate to break it to the Leader of the Opposition, but a TikTok video is not a plan. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to work, to roll up our sleeves and deliver for Canadians every step of the way. While the Conservatives are flip-flopping all over the place, refusing to stand with workers, refusing to stand with Ukraine, watching too much far-right American TV, we're going to stay focused on delivering concretely for Canadians. With the lowest deficit in the G7, the best debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7, the best AAA credit rating of all countries around the world except for the top three, of which we're part, we're going to continue delivering for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, a few years ago on a magazine cover, it said just because we're laughing doesn't mean it's funny. According to the Canadian Human Rights Commission, celebrating Christmas with trees, family, music and gifts, that's systemic racism. I wonder whether Santa Claus is racist. I wonder whether snow has become racist. Mr. Speaker, according to the Prime Minister, is Christmas racist? I have to say that I'm not convinced that that question goes to the government administration, but I see that the Right Honourable Prime Minister is on his feet, so I'll give him the floor. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Honourable Leader of the Bloc Québécois. The Canadian Human Rights Commission comes under government administration. The Prime Minister of Canada should stand up and answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to stand up and try to answer a totally ridiculous question. Obviously, Christmas is not racist. This is a country of diversity, a country that celebrates not just our personal, individual beliefs, but we share and celebrate the events of our neighbors, too. That's what makes this country so rich. We share our celebrations. It makes us a more rich and diverse country, and we will keep doing that. The Bloc is always looking for ridiculous ways to pick fights. I can't get over it. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, this is the procedure. It's the creation of a national culture requires welcoming, inclusion, and so on. It's not through exclusion or rejection by the receiving culture. Quebec, we will be celebrating we're having a Christmas celebration in my riding in a few days. Do I have to cancel that because of what the Canadian Human Rights Commission has said? Because it's racist? That's my question to the Prime Minister. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. No, Mr. Speaker. We have to celebrate everything. Christmas, Hanukkah, all the different festivals and celebrations that we have in our ridings and all across the country. Our diversity is a profound source of wealth. There are lots of issues in the world today, but I think we should all take a moment to celebrate one another's celebrations. I think that's only a good thing. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Let me be the first of the season to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. quelle belle célébration.
What a beautiful celebration Christmas is.
Including Christmas, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, after 8 years, this Prime Minister promises nothing but a carbon-taxed lump of coal for Canadians. Will he get off the backs of Canadians so that they can enjoy beautiful gifts, maybe even a turkey and a warm meal around the Christmas table this season?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to point out that we're the government that's phasing out coal, Mr. Speaker, over the opposition of the Leader of the Opposition. We're going to continue to build a better and brighter future for all Canadians, and that includes fighting against climate change so we can ensure that we keep a stronger future for Canadian children to be able to go sledding, but also so that we can make sure that they have better jobs into the future. The climate denialism of the Conservative Party of Canada is putting future white Christmases at risk, and that's why on this side of the House we stand for Christmas.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that has to be the angriest and most caustic Christmas message I've ever seen. This is a guy, he hasn't phased out coal despite his theatrics over there, Mr. Speaker. What he's doing is phasing out food because Canadians can't afford it now as he raises carbon taxes on the wonderful farmers that bring it to our table. Why won't he axe the tax on farmers so that Canadians can eat, heat, and house themselves? And why doesn't he be a little less like Scrooge and a little more like Santa Claus?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the issues we have is when he talks about the impact of our price on pollution on farmers, he includes farmers in Ukraine. He includes farmers who are busy feeding us and feeding people around the world. He has stood against the free trade deal that Vladimir Zelensky and the Ukrainian people want us to have because he pretends we're imposing a price on pollution on them, which of course we are not. But that is the extent to which he will spin up to make a political attack when it is completely unfounded. We will be there to stand with Ukraine and with Christmas, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Can't even have a little bit of fun in this place, Mr. Speaker, because, of course, once he's off script, that's when he starts rambling all over the map, unable to stay on any subject possible. The question was about the cost of food. After he's forced Canadians to line up in bread lines that we have not seen since the Great Depression. 2 million, a record-smashing 2 million visits to a food bank. And now he sees it as the time to quadruple the tax on the farmers that feed us. Will he stop blocking common sense Conservative Bill C2, 3, 4 to take the tax off the farmers so that Canadians can afford Christmas?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
97% of farm fuel emissions are already exempt from our price on pollution. That is what the Leader of the Opposition refuses to accept. There are many factors that go into the rise in food prices, not just in Canada and around the world, and the war in Ukraine is certainly one of them. So the fact that they have not chosen to stand with Ukraine against Russia in this difficult time is very much relevant, no matter how much they try to dodge and spin out of it. They're not standing with Ukraine at this difficult time.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This Prime Minister would like Canadians to think about anything other than their hungry stomachs after 8 years in office. He would like Canadians to forget that he has doubled the cost of rent, that he wants to quadruple the carbon tax, that he's given us the worst interest rate hikes in Canadian history. The least he could do is back off on his plan to quadruple the tax on our farmers. So, will he stop blocking Bill C-234, the common sense Conservative bill to take the tax off our farmers so that our Canadian people can afford to eat?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that might be a little more of a credible question if it hadn't been for the fact that the Conservative Party delayed implementation of our Affordability Act that brought in more competition on groceries, that is moving forward to stabilize grocery prices and support Canadians through this difficult time. They've also stood against other initiatives we're supporting Canadians with, like dental care for young Canadians, but also for seniors as is coming in the coming months. They've stood against supports like our grocery rebate. They've stood against the investments that we're busy making to support Canadians right across the country because they stand for austerity and cuts.
That's right.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
This summer, Canadians saw refugees rendered homeless in the city of Toronto. With pressure, the federal government finally agreed to provide some support, but it's not enough. Tonight, another refugee family will be turned away from a shelter again because they're full. As the nights get colder, things will only get worse. Mayor Olivia Child negotiated a historic new deal with the province of Ontario, and it calls on the federal government to deliver for refugees. Will the Prime Minister do their part so that refugees do not have to sleep on the streets and be rendered homeless this winter?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past number of years, we've transferred hundreds of millions of dollars to cities across the country, including Toronto, to support with the challenges they're facing with overburdened shelters, with people seeking solace and places to sleep. And we're going to continue to be there as partners to the City of Toronto. We're glad to see the province of Ontario finally stepping up to do part of their share, but we need to continue to work all together. The province needs to do more on taking on its responsibilities, and we will continue to be there as a partner in keeping Canadians and all who come to this country safe and warm.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay.
Well, this Prime Minister has given billions for EV battery plants, but he has no plan for supplying Canadian critical minerals to make these EV battery operations a Canadian success. There are metal deposits right now in Sudbury, Thompson, Timmins that are ready to go into operation, but they need a federal partner. Without a tax credit strategy, the auto industry is going to be getting its metal from China, Indonesia, or Congo, places with much lower environmental, human rights, and wage standards. Why is this Prime Minister continuing to botch a made-in-Canada solution so that we can be a true clean energy leader?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was extremely pleased to welcome the two presidents of the European Union and the European Commission to Newfoundland, Labrador last week to talk about everything we're doing to invest in critical minerals across the country as part of that supply chain that the world needs. Canadian clean aluminum, Canadian clean steel, Canadian responsibly extracted and developed critical minerals are going to be an essential part of the supply chains of the future for our allies around the world. That is why we're stepping up with a critical mineral strategy. That's why we're investing in a strong and green mining future for Canada. We will be there for the future jobs in Canada.
Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, the vitality of rural media is extremely important, especially in minority official language communities. With the Online News Act, this government will be supporting Canadian media. Can the Prime Minister tell the House about the status of this bill? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Sudbury for her question and her hard work. I am very pleased to announce that we have an agreement with Google so that this web giant has to pay its fair share for online news. Google will be investing $100 million a year in our newsrooms. This historic agreement shows that our Online News Act is working. Despite the ideological opposition of the Conservative Party, we will be guaranteeing a sustainable and independent future for local news in Canada.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Everything the Prime Minister has said about his carbon tax has proven false. Most recently says that farmers only pay a teeny tiny carbon tax. Well, it turns out that tax adds up to well over $100,000 a year for just one mushroom farm in my riding. The Prime Minister now wants to quadruple the carbon tax on those farmers. So, very simple question for Carleton Mushrooms. How should they pay for the $400,000 in new taxes? Should they A, raise prices on consumers, or B, cut production so that we import more of our food from dirty foreign economies?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, farmers across this country, including in the member opposite's riding, know how important it is to fight climate change and protect their investments and future generations of farmers in this country. That's why we're stepping up with significant investments to support innovation in farming and agriculture, to support direct investments to change the way we're doing things so we can do them cleaner and greener in ways that continue to support Canadians and continue to build a stronger future for everyone. We know farmers care deeply about the land and its future, and we are working with them, not denying the reality that they're facing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is denying the reality that they're facing. I was asking specifically about Carleton Mushrooms. So let's do the math. They're paying over $100,000 today in the Prime Minister's carbon tax. He wants to quadruple that to $400,000 a year. How will they pay for that $400,000? Will they raise prices on consumers who already can't afford food? Or will they just cut production so Canadians buy more expensive foreign food from polluting countries? Yeah. Which one?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, these are the questions that producers and indeed families right across the country are asking about facing an uncertain future with increased climate change, with increased challenges from global supply chains, including related to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine that the Conservatives seem to be on the wrong side of. And we are going to continue to work with farmers, with agricultural producers across the country to invest, to innovate, to be able to continue to feed Canadians, and to be able to do that for decades to come, despite a changing climate.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So after I asked the question twice, he said, yes, these are the questions that Canadian farmers are facing. So finally, he gets that far. The Medeiros farm is paying $100,000 in carbon taxes. One farm. He wants to quadruple that to well over $400,000. So I'm asking him once again, how are they going to pay that tax? Are they going to raise prices on consumers or cut production so we buy more foreign food from polluting countries? Which one is it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize this reality, and that is why we are working with farmers and industries across this country to adapt to the reality of climate change and the challenges of global supply chains. And I can tell you, we will reach out to those farmer community, and we will reach out to that farms and talk to them about how they can meet the coming challenges in the coming years. We will follow up with them and ensure that we're doing everything we can to support them into a changing future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
All right, this is even more progress. Right now, he says he's going to follow up with Carleton Mushrooms, Mr. Speaker. This is a farm that pays $100,000 in carbon taxes now. He wants to quadruple it to $400,000. They don't have any alternative sources. They either power their operations with natural gas or propane, just like farmers have to dry their grains and heat their barns using those same fuel sources. There are no alternatives. So when the Prime Minister follows up with Carleton Mushrooms, how is he going to advise them to pay the $400,000 carbon tax bill he's sending them? Is it by raising prices on consumers or cutting food production so we buy foreign food from polluting countries?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to hearing about the sustainable practices that Carlton Mushrooms is already putting into place and working with them on how we can continue to move forward on supporting them into a brighter future. We recognize the reality of climate change on this side of the House, at least, and we know that's going to bring challenges to families like the Maderos. But we're going to be there to support them like we're supporting farm families right across the country.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, $2 billion to support English in Quebec since 1995. That's the federal government's action plan for official languages in Quebec. And that's not all. The Prime Minister has invested another $800 million in Quebec in the official languages action plan. Once again, this is going to benefit English. How many times do I have to repeat this? French is the language that is declining in Quebec. The Anglicization of Quebec doesn't need help. It's going great. Will the Prime Minister earmark our tax money for the French language? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, protecting our two official languages throughout the country is a major priority for this government. That is why we are investing to protect official language minority communities throughout the country. The reality is that we're also doing a lot more to protect French, including with hundreds of millions of dollars every year that we send to Quebec for Francization. We will always be there to protect French throughout the country, including in Quebec. And we are the first federal government that has recognized the precarious position of French in Quebec. We will be there to support French. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, how many times do we have to repeat that English is not a minority language? There are 360 million Anglophones around us in North America. Even Quebecers have to speak English, because in Canada, bilingualism is always up to Francophones. We are desperately fighting in Quebec. We are fighting tooth and nail to protect French and Indigenous languages. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister is undoing everything that we accomplish by offering another $800 million to the Anglophone community in Quebec. When will he stop encouraging the Anglicization of Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, this is mere gibberish from the bloc that is picking fights. The reality is that we are investing hundreds of millions of dollars every year. We give it to Quebec to invest in supporting the French language. We will be here to help both of our official languages throughout the country. And that means that even if the Bloc Québécois doesn't care at all about Francophones outside Quebec, we will continue to stand for them. We will continue to protect our two official languages throughout the country, wherever they are in a minority situation.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition. The Prime Minister announced $15 billion for one battery plant. For context, that works out to $1,000 in costs for every single Canadian family. When reports came out that the jobs were going to foreign replacement workers, he called it disinformation. Next day, his minister said, oh, there's one. And then they said, oh, there's a few. And then the company said that there are 900. And yesterday, his Minister of Employment said he's going to do an investigation and get to the bottom of it. Mr. Speaker, what has Sherlock Holmes been able to find?
Once again, I'd like to remind all members not to engage as much as possible in mock names for minister. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we see the extent to which the Leader of the Opposition will go to explain why he stands against investments that are going to create tens of thousands of great jobs across Windsor, across St. Thomas, in Montérégie in Quebec with Northvolt, and right across the country in battery supply chains. He is opposed to investments that strengthen the future of our communities because he doesn't believe in climate change. But we know, and Canadians Canadians know that these investments make a difference. In terms of jobs, 2,300 local Canadian construction jobs, 2,500 permanent Canadian jobs just for the Stellantis investment.
There you go.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, we will sign contracts that ensure that Canadian tax dollars only ever go to Canadian workers. The only way to find out if anything the Prime Minister says on this $15 billion deal is true is if he releases the contract. Yesterday, Common Sense Conservatives put forward a motion to that effect. Liberals amended the motion to say that there should be, and I quote, no notes, no recording devices, and that all copies be destroyed. These are quotes, Mr. Speaker. What in this $15 billion contract is the Prime Minister so determined to hide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Now, I know that the Leader of the Opposition hasn't had many other jobs other than an MP for the past 19 years, but the reality is there are commercial and competitive reasons to be careful about this.
Order. Order. The Honourable Prime Minister has 25 seconds left on the clock.
19 years as a member of Parliament. Perhaps we need to make sure that they understand commercial sensitivities to guarantee good jobs for Canadians. Our investments that have been supported by labour unions, that are supported by local leadership, understand that we're building not just jobs for right now, but jobs for coming generations, and working hand in hand with companies to make those investments in Canada is what this government is focused on.
Here, here.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What he's focused on is diverting Canadian tax dollars away from union workers in places like Windsor to foreign replacement workers from South Korea. The Canadian Building Trades Union said that they could do all the work that the Prime Minister has chosen to outsource to foreign workers, and that they will lose $300 million in wages as a result of the replacement workers the Prime Minister intends to bring in. So if anything the Prime Minister is saying about this $15 billion contract is true, why is he so afraid to release the contract?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, training up an already world-class Canadian workforce in more innovative and highly specialized machinery is good for the thousands of long-term quality jobs that Canadians are gaining with these investments. It's obvious that the Conservative leader is yet again looking for a slogan to justify his ideological opposition to investing in Canadians' futures. His crusade against facts shows us once again that he'll do anything to advance his own personal political interest, even if that means ignoring the likes of Unifor and other unions and ripping up Canadian jobs.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister on Bill C-57. This fall, as the Ukrainian people fight to defend themselves against Russia's genocidal invasion, our government signed a historic, modernized Canada-Ukraine free trade agreement with the government of Ukraine. It's important to remember that the Ukrainian people are not just fighting for their own freedom and survival, they're also fighting for us, and we need to be fighting for them. Now, most MPs voted in favor of this free trade agreement, but every single Conservative MP voted against it. They voted unanimously against supporting Ukraine. So my question to the Prime Minister is, will he share with Canadians why the Canada-Ukraine free trade agreement is so important to Canada and to Ukraine?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his question and, of course, for his long-standing commitment to the Ukrainian people. While Ukrainians are fighting for freedom and their very right to exist, the Conservative leader is pandering to far-right Republican-style politics that is creeping into his party. By voting against a crucial bill for Ukraine, that leader is playing into the Kremlin's hands. On this side of the House, without question, we will never back down in our support of Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
The Honourable Leader
Minister could not care less about Ukraine. He only cares about the fact that he's losing the carbon tax debate so badly that he would suggest that anyone who's against the carbon tax is against Ukraine. The exact opposite is true. He's not bringing in a free trade agreement with Ukraine. We already have a free trade agreement with Ukraine, which Conservatives initiated and he had no part in. So will the Prime Minister stop trying to distract from his losing debate on the carbon tax and on the suffering Canadians here at home, and finally take responsibility for all the misery he has caused?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Now, not only does the Leader of the Opposition thinks he knows better than everyone else in this House, he thinks he knows better than Volodymyr Zelensky what Ukraine needs right now, because President Zelensky and his government are asking us to pass this modernizing of Canada-Ukraine's free trade deal. And the Leader of the Opposition is saying, no, 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 we don't support it because it imposes a carbon price on Ukrainians. Of course, the fact that the Ukrainian embassy is pointing out that no, it does no such thing, and indeed they've had a price on pollution for years now, is proof that he's just trying to make an ideological argument.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
His ideological argument is that he would block selling Canadian natural gas to force Europeans to buy Russians' gas. He would give the money to the Kremlin rather than giving it to Canadian workers. He exported a gigantic turbine to Putin to pump gas into Europe and fund the war over there. Meanwhile, he opposes a carbon tax here at home. He can try all he wants to impose the carbon tax through a trade agreement or by delaying the carbon tax election. But here's the fact. I will win the carbon tax election, and I will axe the tax. When will he get it through his head?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we recognize that even as the world is in a complicated place because of multiple global factors like Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, we need to stay focused on being there for Canadians both now and into the future. And that's exactly what we're doing. Our recent fall economic statement delivers more housing for Canadians right across the country. It delivers stability and competition in grocery prices, and it builds on the jobs and careers that Canadians are going to be able to benefit from in a net zero world. The Conservative Party's climate denialism is not building a stronger economy for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that got him to back down real quick, didn't it, Mr. Speaker? We know this Prime Minister is ashamed of the hideous record he has of sending 2 million people to a food bank, of doubling the rent, of making it so 9 out of 10 young people cannot afford homes, where there's a massive increase in the number of people who have jobs that have to resort to breadlines in order to eat. He doesn't talk about the middle class and those working hard to join it anymore. He's trying to distract Canadians every day and every way from the misery he has caused at home. Why doesn't he take responsibility for that misery and finally do his job?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have made a choice to look at Canadians who are struggling right now, who are hurting right now, and they've made the choice to amplify those fears, to exaggerate them, to gin them up, to make them angry about everything and point out that everything is broken in this country. Well, I disagree, Mr. Speaker, both with the substance of his argument and the way he's going about it. I know what Canadians are doing. They're rolling up their sleeves. They're leaning on each other. They're building that better future by fighting climate change, by investing in their neighbors, by being there to support each other. He might want to run on anger in a couple of years. We're going to run on a positive, ambitious vision for this country, which Canadians...
The honourable member from Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, workers have built this country and they will build the Canada of tomorrow. Our government recently introduced an important legislation that bans replacement workers. While the opposition pretends to be for the workers, but they have stalled the passing of the legislation. Can the Prime Minister tell the workers from across the country why we have their back?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Surrey Newton for his question and his hard work. The Canadian Labour Congress was in Ottawa this week to express their frustration with the Conservative leader's silence on our government's replacement workers legislation. The last time that party stayed silent on a piece of legislation, they voted against Ukraine. For the 19 years he's been elected to this House, that leader has always voted against unions, including with Stephen Harper's Bill 377 and 525. And it's increasingly obvious he will always stand against workers.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
The federal housing advocate has reported that the federal government fails to protect Inuit right to housing. Inuit have to take shifts to sleep because of overcrowding. In the fall economic statement, the government is spending more to settle historic injustices than they are to help Indigenous peoples in housing. Liberals have to get this right, invest in Indigenous housing, and end these injustices. When will this Prime Minister finally invest in what's needed, or will they wait until he is forced to by the courts?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Kuyanamik for the question. I know how important it is to continue to work with the governments of the territories and Indigenous partners like ITK to build more housing. We've made significant announcements and significant investments in creating more housing, but there is, as my honourable colleague has said, much more to do. We will continue to be there with partners, as partners for the North, as we invest in housing, as we create more opportunities.
The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, 35 doctors and addiction experts recently wrote to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions recommending significant reform or outright abolishment of the Safe Supply strategy. Mr. Speaker, harm reduction without treatment does not break the cycle of addiction. In Toronto and across Canada, the strategy is not working and wreaking havoc on communities. Mr. Speaker, without a federal exemption, injection sites would be illegal. Will the Prime Minister listen to the experts and either reform Safe Supply and provide funding to keep host neighborhoods safe, or eliminate injection sites altogether?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is a scientific and proven evidentiary fact. Safe supply and harm reduction save lives. We know there is much more to do, and we will continue to do it in working with partners across the country, in investing in more supports for communities, in moving forward in a way that is grounded in science to save lives and support people. Part of our $200 billion investment in health over the next 10 years is aimed at support for mental health and addictions. We are there, but we will remain grounded in science, not ideology.
Avant que je passe aux appels.
Before moving to points of order.
Attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Jill Balser, Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration for the great province of Nova Scotia. Je reconnais sur un appel au...
On a point of order, the honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You already mentioned that in the House, questions have to be related to government management or administration, and that they had to be relevant in order for the House to entertain them. Earlier, the leader of the Bloc Québécois asked a question of the Prime Minister, and you were of the view that it was not related to government administration. I'd like to present what the Canadian Human Rights Commission ruled, and they're part of the federal administration. The Commission said that statutory holidays related to Christianity are evidence of systemic discrimination toward religious minorities in Canada and form part of Canada's colonial history. Mr. Speaker, what I'm asking of you is to be much more circumspect in exercising your judgment on the relevance of questions, because in this case, the Bloc leader's question, I think you made the wrong decision about that. Thank you. I'd like to thank the honourable member for La Prairie for raising that point. I thank the honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly for having raised that point. From what the chair heard in the first question, there was no reference to that document. And if that was the case, I'll review the blues. And if that was the case, I will apologize to the member for Belleuil-Chambly if that's what happened. I will come back to the member if necessary. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we're consistent in the way that we apply the rules in this House. During statements by members, one of the members opposite accused all the Conservatives of being complicit with the Russians, which we know is not factual since we've all been banned from Russia. And so, Mr. Speaker, when one of our members had to withdraw a comment, he also had to apologize, and I respect that you asked the member to withdraw the comment, but I didn't hear the apology, and I would give the member opposite the chance to do it now.
Bring him back in. He's fired up.
I thank the honourable member for raising this point of order. The chair did ask the member to withdraw the comment, felt that that was important. The chair, on a prima facie look at it, would see a distinction between the two situations. But I thank the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton for raising this point of order. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the statement made by the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, the member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills, was making a number of very clearly unparliamentary statements. One of them is audible on the video at the 2:20:30 mark. I would prefer not to offer specifics if it's not necessary, provided the member is prepared to apologize and withdraw. But I'm happy to provide more specifics if necessary.
Wow. Who's that? Who was it? Who is that?
Ikra. Is it not, it's not Ikra?
Is that correct?
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I am going to review Hansard to take a look at that, and I will come back to this chamber if necessary. Thank you.
It being 3:32, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred division, the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Seaback to the motion to concur in the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Call in the members.
Just making sure. One last second. All right. The question is as follows. Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mrs. Wagenthal, moves that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development presented on Tuesday, February 14, 2023, be concurred in. The amendment, Mr. Seaback, seconded by Mrs. Stubbs, move the following amendment that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Quote, the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, may I dispense? And International Development presented on Tuesday, February 14, 2023, be now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development with instruction that it amend the same to recommend expanding the scope either at committee or report stage of Bill C-57 and act to amend the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine. In keeping with recommendation 14 of the report, in order to support expanded munition production in Canada and increasing munition exports to Ukraine and support the development of weapons and munitions manufacturing capabilities in Ukraine by Canadian industry. The
10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Députés qui participent en personne.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kmitsch.
Mr. Kmitsch.
Mr. Dented.
Mr. Dented.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Back to Ms. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore. Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Berthoz. Ms. Findley.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev. Mrs. Cruzy.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Order. Order. Let's just have a vote quietly so the table officers can keep track of the vote, please.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie. Ms. Sudds.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chager. Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrope.
Ms. Scrope.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Fitzpatrick.
Madame Fitzpatrick.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jazik.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lemover.
Mr. Lemover.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Brucing.
Mr.
Baptiste. Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi. Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame
Koutrakis.
Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Pardon me, Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sheafke.
Mr. Sheafke.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Alden.
Mr. Alden.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame
Chatel.
Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Sinclair Degagné.
Madame Sinclair Degagné.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Kazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bonalis.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end.
Now, I think the honourable member for Richmond Hill has a question.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to confirm that my vote was recorded as a no.
Yes, the vote was recorded as a no. Yep. The electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. And I'm looking on the screen and everything looks good there. Nobody ran in. There we go. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 113, 113. Nays contre 205, 205.
I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Jenis, seconded by Ms. Wagenthal, move that the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development presented on Tuesday, February 14, 2023 be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started in the House. We'll now proceed with the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. El-Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Dedtel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Findley.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Kirk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Just in case, all those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote, si les députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were not able to vote, they can now activate the hand raised function. The chair will recognize them.
La liste, la personne qui a couru. Voilà. Le bureau va maintenant compiler le...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 316, 316. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division. Well, let me read this part and then I'll get to you. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on National Defense. The question is as follows. Mr. Kelly, seconded by Mr. Lloyd, moved that the third report of the Standing Committee on National Defense presented on Monday, April 24, 2023, be concurred in. The Honourable Whip for the government.
Monsieur le Président, content de vous.
Mr. Speaker, happy to be here, and I see that if you seek unanimous consent, you will find it, so that the previous vote be applied to the current vote. The Liberal members voting yea. The Honourable Whip for the opposition party, Conservatives.
The Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting yea.
L'Honourable Whip.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees and will vote for. The Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP also agrees to apply the vote and will be voting in favour.
And we'll do it in chamber. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favour.
I'm just looking to see if there's any hands up online to be sure. Je pense que l'honorable député.
I think that the Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca.
Oh, there you go. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Greens agree to apply the vote and will be voting no.
Et une dernière fois.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca.
Okay. The table will now compile. Oh, wait a minute. The Honourable Member. Mr. Dong.
Thank you, Speaker. I agree to apply and be voting yes.
Okay, anybody else? Hands up? No, personne. Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 313, 313. Nays contre, 2, 2.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poilievre relating to business of supply. La question est la...
The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Lobb, moves that the House call on the unelected Senate to immediately pass Bill C-234 and act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Polluting Pricing Act to remove the carbon tax on the farmers that feed Canadians, as passed by the democratically elected House.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deadted.
Mr. Delted.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Bertud.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jasek.
Miss Jasic.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Briard.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagny.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagny.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, I ask them to use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. There's nobody there and nobody ran in. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 135, 135. Nays contre 178, 178.
I declare the motion defeated. La Chambre procédera maintenant au vote.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading of Bill C-275 under private members' business.
Is as follows. Mr. Barlow, seconded by Mr. Lehoux, moves that Bill C-275, an act to amend the Health of Animals Act, Biosecurity on Farms, I'm almost done anyway, be now read a third time and do pass. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item. We now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Zoidminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Zoidminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row to my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Second row to my left.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
All right, let's We got that? We got that? Okay. Second row to my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Findley.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferreri.
Miss Ferreri.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Premier rangée à ma gauche.
First row to my left.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Un retour à Monsieur Desilets.
Back to Mr. Desilets.
Un retour à Madame Sinclair
Back to Madame Sinclair de Gagné.
et à Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Ms. Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Second row at my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
First row.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Ms. Suds.
Miss Suds.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
In the fifth row. In the fourth row.
Ms. Gazan.
Miss Kazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
In the third row.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
In the second row to my left.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
In the first row to my left.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row. In the fourth row. Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Bouderis.
Monsieur Bouderis.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. And nobody with hands up. Nobody ran in the last minute. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 278, 278. Nays contre 36, 36.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 51 minutes. And let's give us a change, and we'll get to the As a point of order, I think.
No, no problem.
I'll come right back.
À l'ordre, yesterday,
Order.
Opposition raised a point of order regarding Ways and Means motion number 19, arguing that under the rule of anticipation, the Ways and Means motion was out of order. He quoted extensively from House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition in that regard. Après son intervention, d'autres
After his intervention, other members indicated that they would return to the House to offer their own observations on this complex point of order. Given that we have seen the matter of similar bills being raised several times over the past few years, the Chair believes the current situation would benefit from a thorough explanation and a comprehensive ruling.
However, I do not believe there are sufficient grounds at the moment to prevent the House from considering the Ways and Means motion, the purpose of which is to allow taxation legislation to be brought in. Until such time I can return to the House with a more detailed ruling, I will allow proceedings on Ways and Means motion number 19 to continue. If the motion is concurred in, I will allow the bill based thereon to subsequently be brought in and for debate to begin on it. I intend to return to the House on this matter of the similarity between bills as soon as possible. I thank members for their attention. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to subsection 4, bracket 5 of the Public Service Employment Act and Standing Order 111.1, I have the honor to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination and biographical notes for the proposed appointment of Maria Chantal Girard to the position of President of the Public Service Commission of Canada for a term of 7 years. I request that the nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates.
Also, in regard to the table of documents, I recognize again the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this time round, I would ask, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 14 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Okay. Okay. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
De délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kelly. Oh, Mr. Grove has been added, eh?
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth interim report of the Special Committee on the Canada-People's Republic of China relationship, entitled The Chinese Communist Party's Overseas Police Service Stations. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, entitled Restoring Full Accountability for Resources and Governance of the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan Shuswap is rising on the same report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Conservative members of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans submitted our supplemental report on the study of allocation of resources to the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission because we're concerned about the persisting conflicts of interest and dysfunction caused by Canada's machinery of government structure for the Commission. The conflicts of interest have resulted in the Government of Canada failing to fully deliver Canada's contributions for the Commission's essential work for protecting and conserving the wateries and fisheries of the Great Lakes. This debacle is a national embarrassment and could have been dealt with back in April of 2022 when the Prime Minister was sent a briefing note seeking a decision that could have fixed the machinery of government misalignment and resulting conflicts of interest. Conservatives call on the Prime Minister to fix the machinery of government, eliminate the conflicts of interest, and reaffirm Canada's commitment to the Commission and ensure the Great Lakes are protected for future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is truly a great honour for me to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade in relation to Bill C-57. An act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Motions, Mr. Barlow, seconded by Mr. Ms. Rood, moves that the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022 be concurred in. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as you mentioned, I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. And I wanted to concur in the report from the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food and Food Security, which was specifically focused on processing capacity in Canada with a particular focus on food security. And the reason I wanted to concur in this report is I believe there's some very pertinent information in this report, which I would encourage all members of this House to have an opportunity to read if they haven't done so. But there are a couple of things, Madam Speaker, in this report which I found very interesting on how things change in a very quick amount of time. For example, when the government response to our report, there is a line in here which I found interesting that says that the government recognizes the report focuses on ensuring secure food supply will be available for all Canadians. And in fact, in budget in 2019, the report states that 1 in 8 Canadians and their households are currently experiencing food insecurity, meaning that they are without the reliable access to sufficient quantities of affordable, nutritious, appropriate food. Now that was in 2019. Here we are in 2023, and that number is no longer 1 in 8. That number now is 1 in 5. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals because they cannot afford to put nutritious and healthy Canadian-produced food on their table. And I think that's a stat for all of us in this House, Madam Speaker, that shows the devastating impact of Liberal government policies and the impact that that's had on everyday Canadians who are just trying to feed their families and make ends meet, pay their bills, and carry on with their lives. The focus of this report and why I wanted to highlight that today is a focus of this report was food security and more specifically food insecurity. And I can't help but go back to the debate that we had yesterday on Bill C-234, which was a common sense conservative legislation that would enhance food security for Canadians. And by doing so, or to get to that point, it would be making farming more affordable for Canadians, which was a critical element of this study. But what wasn't included in this study, and I want to highlight that as well, is at that time we didn't have definitive data on the impact the carbon tax was having on Canadian agriculture. For example, the Parliamentary Budget Officer report that Bill C-234 would save Canadian farmers close to $1 billion by 2030. When we have a report here talking about food security, these elements would have been a very welcome part of the analysis and the recommendations that were highlighted in this study, and the impact that carbon tax policy is having on Canadian farms and harming their ability to ensure that Canadians have nutritious and affordable food on their tables. And what was highlighted in this report as well, Madam Speaker, is the importance of innovation and technology to ensuring that modern Canadian agriculture can meet demand and meet its responsibilities. But again, with 234, what we are highlighting in that bill is the fact that there are no other commercially available and viable alternatives for Canadian farmers across the country who are heating and cooling their barns and drying their grain using natural gas and propane. So when I talk about the Parliamentary Budget Officer report and the fact that 234 will save Canadian farmers close to $1 billion on carbon tax exemption, that is only on natural gas and propane. Ironically, gas and diesel already have an exemption. So really on 234, what we are trying to highlight with that is really correcting an oversight, which I believe the Liberal government inadvertently made on their initial price on pollution climate change policy, when they had an exemption on gas and diesel, but they did not include an exemption on natural gas and propane. I believe when they first initiated or developed their price on pollution carbon tax legislation, they did not include natural gas and propane because I think they just did not have a clear understanding of what agriculture is and the energy sources that the agriculture sector relies on every single day. And I just found it interesting in reading this report when it was highlighting the importance of technology and innovation, that farmers are doing that every single day by ensuring that their farm buildings and their barns are as energy efficient and state-of-the-art as possible. In fact, one of the farm families that was here last week and met with members of Parliament and actually participated in a bit of a rally on the Hill and in the Senate, they just built a new state-of-the-art chicken barn in southern Alberta at a cost of more than $3 million. But it is powered by natural gas because there's no other alternative in rural Alberta. But despite using a very clean burning fuel, they are paying $180,000 this past year just to heat and cool that barn. Now, when the Prime Minister quadruples his carbon tax, they will be paying $480,000 a year just to heat and cool that barn. So again, when we have a study here in my hand where the government provided their responses about the importance of food security, I guess I would ask perhaps we should be updating this study because I'm not sure how we can even talk about food security when farmers cannot remain in business. Now, this particular farmer who has built this new poultry barn had told me that he cannot afford these higher taxes. And he really has only two choices. Choice number one is to somehow pass on those additional costs to the consumer. So again, the question arises, Madam Speaker, about food security, when Canadians are already facing record high food inflation, and that is only going to get higher as the carbon tax increases. His other option, Madam Speaker, is to shut down, to close up his farm and his agriculture operation, which again would impact food prices because that means less product on the store shelves, higher prices. The other interesting fact with this study, and it talked about the concern, and I wonder if I could find that quickly, Madam Speaker, about we are now seeing agriculture operations. This came from Dr. Charlebois, who's a professor of food and supply chain at the University of Dalhousie, and he was mentioning in this particular study, which I'm referencing, that we are seeing a number of Canadian agriculture and agri-food businesses stop their investments in Canada and Canadian operations. They are leaving this country, and I'm quoting here, Madam Speaker, they're now leaving the country because they can't capitalize any projects as a result of increasing fees, and the competitive environment here in Canada is not attractive. So what we are seeing as a result of carbon taxes and red tape and bureaucracy highlighted in this study is we are seeing Canadian farms declare bankruptcy or shut down, but also agri-food businesses picking up and leaving to more friendly entrepreneurial and business jurisdictions. So the result of that, again, Madam Speaker, as we were talking about in C234, is you are carbon taxing Canadian farms out of business, but then you are forcing Canadian consumers to purchase food imported from foreign jurisdictions. That causes two problems, Madam Speaker. That has a significant carbon footprint, as you are going to be, for example, moving tomatoes or mushrooms all the way from Mexico into southern Ontario, or fruit and vegetables from California into Quebec and Alberta and Saskatchewan. That has a significant carbon footprint. But there is a problem when we are using foreign-made or foreign-grown products that don't have the same environmental standards as we do here in Canada. But there's a real significant problem when those food products are cheaper when we're importing them from Mexico, Brazil, Venezuela, places around the world, and we should be able to produce that right here in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to share some of those facts that were highlighted in this report and just how much it is apropos to what's going on today with our discussion yesterday on C234, and the fact that when this study was published, 1 in 8 Canadians were facing food insecurity. 4 years later, it's now 1 in 5. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll get the chance to shortly provide my comments in regards to the issue that the members are raising today in concurrence report. But my question to him is specifically with respect to the strategy that's been developed by the Conservative Party of Canada, where they use concurrence reports in order to prevent government legislation from being debated. We saw that extensively on the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, Madam Speaker, where the Conservatives ultimately ended up unanimously voting no to a Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, and they used the same sort of tactic where they would bring in concurrence reports in order to prevent government legislation from being debated and ultimately voted on unless there's time allocation. And my question is, why is the Conservative Party taking this day in order to once again use a stalling tactic that the Conservatives continuously want to use in order to prevent government legislation from being debated?
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would encourage the member opposite to see what's going on across Canada, where last week we had rallies from farmers in just about every province in the country, asking the government to understand the impact their policies are having on Canadian farmers and their ability to ensure Canadians have affordable food on the table. These are pertinent issues that are front of mind for Canadian farmers across this country. So I am just doing my job as an elected representative of a very agricultural rural riding to ensure the voices and the concerns of my constituents are being heard here on the floor of the House of Commons. Now, if the member opposite, who has a majority government with a Liberal NDP coalition, cannot manage the daily organization of the House, I think they have some concerns within their own party. They have control of the House, and they should be able to manage their affairs.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke a lot about C234 and the carbon tax. Well, I'd like to ask him about the effects of climate change on farm production. We can spend a lot of time criticizing measures to mitigate climate change, but we also need to be aware of them. For example, when it comes to produce production, especially in Quebec, and elsewhere in the country, we know that this summer there was record flooding and rains, whereas last year we had incredible problems with aphids, which went farther north than usual, and the year before that, a drought. Would my colleague agree to say that the government should look into insurance programs as quickly as possible in order to improve risk sharing?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my very respected colleague for his question. I enjoy working with him on the Agriculture Committee. There is no question that Canadian farmers understand changes in climate more than just about any Canadian, as they are certainly at the front lines of that. But my argument today, and highlighting some of the issues in this report, but also yesterday with C234, is I don't believe that a carbon tax on Canadian agriculture and Canadian farmers is going to resolve issues when we're talking about the environment and climate change. What that does, and I've talked to many farmers, is by paying hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in a carbon tax, does not allow them to invest in that new innovation and new technology, which will help reduce their carbon footprint and help reduce emissions. I think we should be incentivizing farmers to do those things, not punishing them with a carbon tax.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I think actually it's about time that the House of Commons finally got to look at an agriculture report. We don't get the amount of airtime that many other committees do, because this is a really important industry in Canada. And, I've been a proud member of the Standing Committee on Agriculture for almost 6 years now. We do some fantastic work. By far, most of it is by consensus. And in this particular report, if members look at recommendations 2, 3, and 4, they specifically deal with the main thrust of this report, which is processing capacity. And, if my colleague will remember, my main theme of questioning was that how do we build resiliency in our local communities, especially when we got the unexpected, like COVID-19 and whatever disasters in the future might hit us. I'd like my honourable colleague to share with us how we build that, because what we saw during the pandemic was that the supply chains are extremely vulnerable to systemic shocks. Thank you.
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, it's great to have the agriculture band here, everyone here in the House today participating in this. I appreciate that. But I will just highlight one thing that I think will answer my colleague's question. During COVID, the federal government worked with the provinces to eliminate interprovincial trade barriers and allow harmonization of regulations, which allowed provincially certified processing plants to have the same standing as federally certified processing plants. And it works very smoothly. So I think we could easily do that again, which would encourage those local processing plants to expand and grow and reduce our dependency on just 3 processing plants.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. Honorable député de Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, Public Services and Procurement. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton, Public Services and Procurement. And the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, Small Business.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm here today to talk about this concurrence in the report on strengthening food capacity in Canada for food security and exports. And I am also a proud member of the Agriculture Committee, and our committee does work very well together. And this was a study that we did during COVID, actually. And we heard from a lot of people across the country of challenges that we face in our agriculture sector. And I firsthand was able to travel across this country during COVID to experience what our processors were facing. And I had the opportunity to visit a couple of meat processing factories, and it struck me, Madam Speaker, at how resilient our agriculture sector is, the processing sector, but they also need a hand up sometimes and they need some help. And we lack capacity in this country for food processing. And I'm proud to come from a region that grows fresh fruits and vegetables, an abundance of vegetables, and we grow a lot of vegetables for processing. And as a matter of fact, I have food processing in my riding in Kent County, where we process field tomatoes. And up until recently, we also had a pickling processing plant. But unfortunately, due to circumstances, that pickling processing factory closed. And it's really sad because it was a thriving business that employed a lot of people in Wallaceburg. And they tried to keep it open, but unfortunately they couldn't make it succeed. And why? Because there's policies from this government that impeded them from being able to continue business in Canada. And another example of food processing that I have in my riding is sugar beets. And 100% of the sugar beets that are grown in southwestern Ontario are grown in Kent County and Lambton County in my riding, but they all get shipped over to Michigan to be processed. And then what happens then? It comes back to Canada, refined as sugar, and we pay a premium for that sugar, including tariffs, even though those sugar beets were grown in Ontario and are product of Canada. And I bring this up because we're seeing this more and more, Madam Speaker, where we're losing processing capacity in Canada, whether it's in the fresh food sector, whether it's the sugar beets, whether it's our oil seeds. I hear day in and day out that one of those big impediments to being able to compete in Canada is the fact that we have a carbon tax. And the carbon tax makes it more expensive for any of these processors to do business in Canada. Another example of food processing that we lose to the U.S., Madam Speaker, is pork. We have an abundance of pork producers, in my riding. And the pork gets processed, most of it at Conestoga in Kitchener, and up until recently into Olymel in Quebec. But again, we don't process the value-added products in Canada. Those pork bellies get shipped down to the States where they're made into bacon, and then we import them back to Canada where we're paying a premium again on that product. And Madam Speaker, we see a plastics ban coming up. And this plastics ban that's proposed wants to eliminate plastics for all produce. Well, Madam Speaker, produce needs to be in plastic to be shipped to maintain its quality. We rely on other countries to provide 2/3 of our fresh produce in this country. And if it doesn't ship in plastic, if it's not kept wrapped, we're going to see an exorbitant amount of food waste. And not only that, we're going to lose the ability to import food in this country, putting our food security at risk. And we talk about this in this report, Madam Speaker. Food security is of utmost importance. And if we ban plastics on our produce sector in Canada, well, how are we going to get the imported food to feed Canadians that comes from all over the world? It's a global supply chain. We don't get to dictate how the packaging is done on fruits and vegetables, Madam Speaker. It's other countries that are packaging things, and we need to make sure that we're uniform, especially with our biggest trading partner, the United States. It will have serious consequences if this plastics ban goes forward on our produce industry. It's going to cost our produce farmers upwards of $6 billion to make that happen. And can you imagine what we're going to face in food security if we already have Canadians who can't feed themselves? We have 2 million Canadians using a food bank. 800,000 Canadians use a food bank in Ontario. And the prices of groceries are high right now. I can't imagine what the price is going to be when all of a sudden we have to pay up to 30% more for our fresh produce at the grocery stores. Families can't afford to eat right now. They're choosing between heating and eating. And if the prices continue to go up on food, we're going to have more and more people lined up at food banks, and that's not acceptable in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the carbon tax makes everything more expensive. I'm a farmer, and I hear all the time in this House the members opposite on the government side talking about how farmers don't pay a carbon tax. Well, Madam Speaker, it's simply not true. Yes, there are things that farmers do where they don't pay taxes on their fuel, and I can name off driving a tractor in your field, putting fuel into your generator to be able to pump water for an irrigation system, or vehicles that don't use a roadway. Yes, they're exempt from the carbon tax and from taxes on their diesel fuel. But the reality is, as I'm driving through the countryside on my way to Ottawa every week, and this past weekend on Sunday was no different, the farmers are out in their fields combining their corn, which is very late right now because it's so wet. And a lot of farmers don't use tractors and wagons anymore to transport their grains from the field back to the farm to the elevator. They're using transport trucks, Madam Speaker. And these transport trucks are required to pay the carbon tax for the fuel that they use. So when the trucks are paying more for fuel, of course the trucking companies are going to pass that cost on to the farmer. And most farmers are price takers, Madam Speaker, so they don't get to necessarily pass those costs on to the consumer. So what does that mean? It means that farmers are having to eat up those costs on their farm and taking it out of money that they would generate as revenue and reinvest in their farm to be purchasing more innovative equipment, state-of-the-art equipment, and for keeping their businesses in business. But instead, they have to pay more and more money in order to transport their grains from the field to the elevator. And in my region, Madam Speaker, it's been a very wet fall, and our farmers have had extremely wet conditions trying to get the crops off, and not only that, the corn is coming off the fields at a very, very high moisture content. And farmers have to dry the grain in order to keep it in the bins because it goes for animal feed and it goes to the ethanol plant. And in order to deliver that corn to the ethanol plant, it has to be at a certain percentage. And so there is no other options for drying grain, whether it's corn, beans, wheat. There is no other commercially viable options in Canada other than propane and natural gas. If there was, I'm sure farmers would use it. But from what I've heard from farmers, we don't have an electrical grid system that could ever handle an electric grain dryer. So right now, they are forced to use propane and natural gas. And that's why Bill C-234 is so important, Madam Speaker. We need to pass that bill because farmers desperately need this relief from the carbon tax immediately. It'll have an immediate effect on food prices in the grocery stores. As a potato farmer, we used transport trucks to transport our potatoes from the field back to the wash plant. And a lot of farmers do that now. As I mentioned before, transport trucks transport most of the crops from the field back to the farm for processing. And they have to pay the carbon tax. There's no way around it. So if farmers were exempt from paying the carbon tax on drying their grain and on heating their barns, and Madam Speaker, I have 23% of Ontario's chicken in my riding. And I've been in those chicken barns where in the winter or in the summer, where the chicks, in order to keep the animals alive, it has to be kept warm. And how do you heat the barn? Natural gas or propane. There is no other commercially viable option to heat a barn. So, Madam Speaker, I implore that the Senate pass Bill C-234 and give our farmers the much-needed tax relief. And it's about food security, and that's what this report is about. It's food security. We need to ensure that our farmers can stay in business, that the next generations of farmers can stay in business, so that we can produce food that Canadians need to eat, because eating is a necessity. And we need to continue to be able to feed Canadians and the world with our nutritious Canadian food. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Langford. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, again, another member of the Agriculture Committee, for her intervention. And again, it's nice to see us bringing an agricultural report to the House for deliberation. In my time with my colleague, I know she's been very outspoken on the Grocery Code of Conduct. And, we do have that here in the report as a part of Recommendation 16. We did hear recently that Loblaw in particular has stated that it has some problems with the current code. I'm just wondering if she can maybe inform the House on her thoughts on why such a code is important, why it should be mandatory, because of the power imbalance that has existed between grocery chains and the hardworking producers and processors who have been dinged with all of these hidden fees. And just, explain to other members of the House who may not be familiar with this issue why it's important and why it is so central to really strengthening Canada's processing capacity. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his great question. Well, the Grocery Code of Conduct, I've been asking for that for over 3 years. It was 3 years ago I started talking about that. As a farmer who used to supply the 3 of the 5 major grocery chains with potatoes, the grocery chains were imposing these ridiculous fees on farmers and suppliers, and it was constantly nickel and diming farmers and suppliers. And because farmers are price takers, and because there are so few options because of the consolidation in the grocery industry, where we only have 5 major players in this country that supply that own over 80% of the grocery chains, we see the need to keep them accountable in this country. If the groceries giants and the grocery stores are kept accountable through this code of conduct, it'll help to reduce prices for consumers ultimately.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. I also am a member of the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee, and I'm very proud of our Canadian farmers, having come from a farming family myself. I just want to ask the member opposite about what she feels is the impact of the increase in commodity prices, both oil and gas and grain, on food prices over the last several years, and whether you believe that are helping our farmers to get off of fossil fuels and adapt some of these new clean technologies, through a lot of which we heard of, the hybrid heat pump drying systems, the biomass pump based systems, things that are being developed right now to a commercial scale, how you feel that that will help our farmers deal with these fluctuating oil and gas prices in the future.
Just to remind the honourable member, I won't feel anything, but I hope the honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex will.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank the honourable member for that question, and we do sit on the Agriculture Committee together. But Madam Speaker, what I would say is farmers are innovators, and they've always been innovators. And farmers are trying to save money however they can so that they can put money back into their business, to grow their business, to continue to farm and grow food for Canadians. And unfortunately, the carbon tax makes their fuel more expensive. And again, I would say, if there was commercially viable options available for heating barns or drying grain, farmers would be using it if it was cheaper. But instead, we're penalizing farmers and making them pay a carbon tax when there is absolutely no other option available for them to heat their barns or dry their grain at this point, other than natural gas and propane.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. In this study, as is the case for most of our studies, where we have the opportunity to put forward the subject, we talked about regional transformations, improving our infrastructure region by region. This study was published during COVID, and we realized how our processing supply chain was very weak. Could she talk more about the following? What can be done to improve our processing supply chain, especially in our abattoirs, slaughterhouse throughout the country?
The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleagues for his question. During this study, Madam Speaker, we did see during COVID that provincially inspected abattoirs were actually allowed to move meat across interprovincial borders during COVID because of some of the COVID protocols out there. So if we remove interprovincial trade barriers, we'd see a lot more movement of meat across this country, and we'd see more abattoirs potentially opening up with capacity.
Resuming debate, l'honorable ministre des Anciens Combattants se lève sur un...
Point of order. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table the government response to 1804, 1805, 1808, 1809 to 1813 as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a lot of opinions and thoughts in regards to farms. Members wouldn't necessarily be surprised. After all, I come from the prairies, born and raised in the prairies. I've lived in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and the province of Alberta. Alberta, while I was actually a member of the Canadian Forces. And I've really grown a great appreciation. How can you not live in the prairies for 6 60 years and not appreciate the value of our farms, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to get into some details into that relatively shortly. But I really wanted to focus on why it is again. And I put it in the form of a question to the member that brought forward the motion. You see, for Liberals in general, we're open to talking about the farming community. We understand the appreciation of agriculture and the importance it is not only to Canada but to the world, because Canada in many ways does help in feeding the entire world, Madam Speaker. The types of products that we produce through our prairies and, in fact, throughout Canada, Madam Speaker, is virtually second to no other country in the world in terms of diversity of product, not to mention quality of product. So I understand and appreciate, as my colleagues do, the importance of our agricultural communities, our rural communities, and the farmer, Madam Speaker. But I say that because I wanted to be able to focus some attention in terms of the behavior of the Conservative Party today and that disturbing pattern that we are witnessing day after day. You see, Madam Speaker, for most people that came into the chamber today, I suspect they were not wanting or expecting the Conservatives to move yet another concurrence report. And that's what this is, Madam Speaker, a concurrence report. And the concurrence report is that we, in essence, talk about the farmer and agriculture and that industry as a whole that feeds off of it, Madam Speaker. But let us not forget that there was another very important issue that we were supposed to be debating today. It was, in fact, Bill S-9. Bill S-9 is all about weapons of mass destruction. Canada plays a very important leadership role around the world. And that is one of the areas that we do play is in regards to weapons of mass destruction. I remember the day when Lloyd Axworthy brought in the landmine issue to Ottawa. And we had a worldwide ban in which there was a convention that came out of it. Well, S-9 dealt with the Chemical Weapons Convention. The listing of chemicals, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker, reinforcing that particular aspect of Canada's role. It was brought into the Senate, through the Senate, fortunately, because of the legislative agenda that we're trying to be able to get through. Even in some of the comments that I hear from across the way in the previous two speeches, they talk about the importance of affordability. And tomorrow, we're going to be talking about the fall economic statement, Madam Speaker, and the same thing for the following day. Because we understand the issues that are so critically important to Canadians, Madam Speaker. But I want to tell my friends across the way that using concurrence reports takes away from the government from being able to get its legislation through. And it's interesting, when I posed the question to the mover of the motion, his response was, well, it's up to the government to get things through. Madam Speaker, the government is trying to get things through. We were going to be bringing forward that Bill S-9 today, in hopes, because I don't think anyone is going to be opposing that legislation, in hopes that we'd be able to get that legislation potentially passed through, Madam Speaker. But now we're losing a day to pass that legislation, so if we're going to want to deal with S-9, we're going to have to call it again to the chamber. And the opposition says, well, who cares? That's not our problem. It's the government's problem. If we can't get issues like time allocation brought in, how can the government possibly pass legislation when you get an opposition party that's preventing you from doing that, Madam Speaker? You know, we're talking about food for the world. How many times I heard members talk about trade on the other side? Think about Ukraine and the trade agreement that Canada has with Ukraine, Madam Speaker. and the impact that that has on food supply, on processing foods and so forth, Madam Speaker. And what we see is even on that important piece of legislation, we're talking about a trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. And the Conservative Party, all of them, voted against that legislation, Madam Speaker. Even though not only the people of Canada as a whole understand and value and wanted to see that legislation passed, specifically the Canadian-Ukrainian Congress, the ambassador from Ukraine to Canada, the politicians in Ukraine, and every other political party except for the Conservative Party. The president of Ukraine comes to Canada at a time of war, signs an agreement, legislation is brought, the Conservatives filibustered. They use the same tactic that they're using right now, Madam Speaker, by having a concurrence report. By bringing in concurrence report after concurrence report, it limits the number of debate days that the government has. Is this an attempt by the Conservative Party to prevent even the Canada-Ukraine debate to take place on third reading? Does the Conservative Party not understand that there is legislation such as the fall economic statement that needs to be debated inside the chamber? If they continue to bring in concurrence reports, Madam Speaker, it takes away from debate time for the legislative agenda. Many, including myself, want to see many pieces of legislation debated and talked about, Madam Speaker. And it's not to take away from the issues that the member is trying to raise today in terms of farmers in our agricultural community. As I said at the beginning, Madam Speaker, I am a very strong advocate for those two communities. I've given many speeches inside this House, as I know my colleagues understand and appreciate. Every week when we're in session in caucus, rural agenda is there and being talked about, Madam Speaker. Because we understand and appreciate the needs of our rural communities, our farmers, our smaller municipalities, Madam Speaker, and how vital they are to Canadian society. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, why didn't the Conservative Party use this? We got another opposition day coming up next week. Remember, I think, what do we have? 10, 15, maybe, 15 more days, 14, 13 more days left before the break takes place, Madam Speaker? How many of those days are going to deal with the fall economic statement? We all have another opposition day that's coming up next week, Madam Speaker. The number of days is shrinking. And if the intent of the Conservative Party is to prevent the Canada-Ukraine deal from ultimately getting third reading and passing, I say shame on them, Madam Speaker. And it's not only that legislation, but there's a lot of focus on that legislation. And they wonder why it is that we bring it up time and time again? Because we don't trust the Conservative Party on it, Madam Speaker. Because they have gone so far to the right. And we see that attitude, where we have the leader of the official opposition taking his party to the degree in which we get votes that are very hard to understand for one reason. And we heard already two members stand up in talking on this issue, talk strictly about the carbon tax, as they refer to it, or the price on pollution, Madam Speaker. Using that as an excuse for everything that they're doing inside the chamber. It's reckless. That's what we are witnessing. A leader of the official opposition that is not in tune with what Canadians are asking legislators to do here in Ottawa, Madam Speaker. And it's only a question of time before Canadians will actually realize the destructive behavior of the Conservative Party today. And that's why I think it's important, as a Liberal member of Parliament, to amplify, to ensure that Canadians know and understand what is in fact taking place. That there is important things that need to be passed here, Madam Speaker. You know, this report talks about infrastructure. Recommendation number 1, infrastructure. Associate infrastructure and trade. That's what recommendation 1 says, Madam Speaker. Highlights infrastructure and trade. No government has spent more and committed more on infrastructure in the last 50, 60 years as this government has, Madam Speaker. Because we understand and we appreciate the importance of having a healthy infrastructure so that we can get our product to market, whether it's a local market or an international market, Madam Speaker. We understand the importance of that issue because it's one thing to talk about it, it's another thing to see the action, and with this government you have seen the action supporting investments in Canada's infrastructure from coast to coast to coast, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, you know, they say access. Making sure. It wasn't that I think it was over the summer, a number of months ago, I had the former Minister of Transport in Centerport, which is just north of, in Winnipeg, just outside of my riding, Madam Speaker. A huge park, thousands of acres, strategically located by rail lines, a first-class long-haul trucking industry there, Madam Speaker, the biggest in the province, maybe even possibly in the prairies. An airport literally a couple of miles away, Madam Speaker. A great deal of focus on infrastructure and how it is that we can get products to market. And we see the agricultural community coming into Centerport in a very real and tangible way, Madam Speaker. So it's not that we don't want to have those types of discussions. That's why we have standing committees. The New Democratic member stood up and he talked about, well, it's nice that we're having a debate on agriculture today inside the chamber. Well, I would like to think that we have debates and discussions on agriculture on an ongoing basis. Whether it's budget debates, throne speech debates, numerous private members' debates that take place. One of the reasons why we have standing committees, Madam Speaker, is so that we can actually look and take a deeper dive into an issue. And that enables, I believe, reports like what we have today. And with those reports, Madam Speaker, Canadians can get a better understanding of where it is that the House of Commons or the collective parliamentarians would like to see the government of the day take some form of direction. And that's what I like about the system, Madam Speaker. What I don't like is when it is consistently used, these reports, as a mechanism through concurrence to prevent debates from taking place on the government legislation. Consistently, Madam Speaker. Because that is very problematic. So you cannot, as the Conservatives will say, well, it's the government's responsibility to bring forward the legislation. We're bringing forward the legislation. It's the opposition that's preventing the legislation from being debated. It's the opposition that is choosing the tools that it has in order to filibuster in legislation. And some members laugh across the way. You know, our Ukrainian heritage community is not laughing. They're upset because they see the games that the Conservative Party of Canada is playing. And Madam Speaker, that needs to change. Because I just cited one piece of legislation. There's numerous pieces of legislation. Even during the pandemic, Madam Speaker, financial supports to Canadians, we saw the Conservatives using concurrence as a way to prevent government legislation from being able to move forward. Excessive amounts of concurrence reports, Madam Speaker. And they have the standard line. Well, this is an important issue. Why wouldn't we want to be able to debate this issue? As if the government isn't being sensitive to the issue. Well, to my friends across the way, if the issue was as important as they try to imply to Canadians from a Conservative perspective, why are they not using them as opposition day motions? They have plenty of opposition days where they get the entire day to be able to debate the issues that they want to debate. Just like yesterday. They chose to debate the Senate and the behavior of the Senate, Madam Speaker. That's what they chose to debate yesterday. And it's rooted into the price on pollution, I must say, Madam Speaker. Because the Conservative Party of today is very much infiltrated by individuals that are truly climate deniers. Maybe not all members are of the Conservative caucus. I suspect not. But I do believe that there is a preoccupation within the leader of the Conservative Party that is, in fact, a climate deniers, Madam Speaker, and they're so fixated on the issue of getting rid of the price on pollution. Now, think about it in terms of this particular report. In this report, members are saying, well, the price on pollution is scaring farmers away. They're going to shut down. They're going to go elsewhere, produce. The last break week, I had the opportunity to go just north of Portage la Prairie. Rochette is a world-class pea manufacturing or processing facility, Madam Speaker. Did you know that the largest pea processing plant in the world is in the province of Manitoba? I'm glad you knew about it. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you that I'm quite actually proud of that particular fact, because what it does is it creates all sorts of opportunities for the farmers in that area. And I'm told we even have to bring in some of those yellow peas from other jurisdictions because we can't keep up with the demand, and that demand is going to continue to grow, and they are actually diversifying, Madam Speaker, which is great news. It reinforces that the world is looking at Canada as a place to be able to invest, and that includes our agricultural community. That the role of the farmer is just as real today as it was in any day, Madam Speaker, in the past. That the innovators in our environment are often farmers, Madam Speaker. We don't give our farmers enough credit. Quite frankly, what I don't like is when they are used as a political tool. I was in opposition when the Conservatives got rid of the Canada Wheat Board, Madam Speaker. But you say I only got 1 minute? So that's not going to be able to finish that particular thought, Madam Speaker. But suffice to say, I really, truly believe that the Conservative Party needs to get their ship in order. S-H-I-P, I said, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, whether it's the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, Madam Speaker, or it's stopping the filibustering and the preventing of legislation from being able to pass. It's a minority government. That means there's an expectation that opposition members would also be behaving, Madam Speaker. Nothing wrong with criticizing. I was in opposition for 20 years plus. I understand that role. But there's also a role in terms of being a little bit more creative in your opposition. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Lavon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do have to take a brief second because I know there is one person watching, and she has been with me for 12 years. We've worked together in my office, and it's Heather Kuntz's birthday today. I'm not sure which one, but I want to say a happy birthday back in Regina. And I'll ask my colleague a question from across the way. He said one thing that I think is very true, that our farmers don't get enough credit for how well and how much they've innovated their farming techniques. And my question to him is, do you not think they'd even be able to innovate further and bring forward new technologies? Like Saskatchewan, we have zero-till, rotational grazing, crop rotations, which keeps our soil healthy and strong and makes it very, very rich so we can grow bumper crops with less water and less fertilizer. Canada uses 75% less fertilizer than any other jurisdiction in Canada. Does he not think if farmers had more money in their pockets and we move forward with this carbon tax exemption bill 234, that money could go towards even more innovation? Because like he said, our farmers are the ones that bring forward innovation. Why won't they get out of the way and make sure that they can do that?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy birthday to Heather in Regina and many, many more. Madam Speaker, you know, I believe that the farmers in many ways lead in terms of innovations, in terms of making sure that we have a wonderful, successful farming in rural communities into the future. And I applaud them to the nth degree on it. The issue that I have is that, you know, the Conservative Party wants to chip away here, chip away there, and ultimately, let there be no doubt, what they really want is to get rid of the price on pollution. They've said that, right? And Madam Speaker, they've been very clear on that point. Kind of a dumb idea, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you, but they're determined to put it into place. And I have to defend the constituents that I represent that actually get more money in terms of the rebate than they pay into it. 80% get a larger rebate portion.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I understand his complaint that we're not following the order paper, but I would like to take the opportunity to ask him a very concrete question. This report we're discussing today underscores the importance of giving access to capital to our small business in a general sense. Here we're talking about food processing, but you could also generalize. Currently, all business circles all across the country are calling on the Liberal government to give people a one-year break in repaying their emergency business loans. And it's particularly important in the food industry, but also in agriculture, not just restaurant and services. Would my colleague be willing to pressure the government to give our small businesses that break they need in order to survive? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and during the pandemic, worldwide pandemic, the Government of Canada literally supported small businesses in virtually every sector to ensure their survival during a very difficult time. And this is an ongoing issue in terms of how we ensure that we can marginalize or minimize the amount of hurt to small businesses. But to pick up on what the member first started to talk about in regards to how important is the diversification of our agricultural community is really important to the government. And that's one of the reasons why we invest so much in our regional development agencies, knowing full well those development agencies are in a great position to identify where it is that we can expand and make sure that the diversification takes place. You know, more processing is really important. And I like to think of the pea plant just north of Portage Avenue as a good example of that diversification that's taking place. And I think there's so many other examples that one could ultimately give, Madam Speaker. But the bottom line is that the government, virtually from day one, back in 2015 to today, the fall economic statement is there to support our farmers and our agricultural community.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm quite pleased to be able to speak to this important issue today. I want to narrow down the very troubling reality that is facing Canadians, and that's the terrible reality facing workers. We know, Madam Speaker, from recent reports, particularly reports throughout COVID and reports before that, that temporary foreign workers are often facing circumstances that are just indignifying to their reality. We've seen just recently, for example, some temporary foreign workers die. Some others find themselves in a situation where they're undocumented. There needs to be far more oversight, Madam Speaker, and ultimately this government must implement a process to which they promised these workers, which was a status for all commitment, to ensure that if a worker that toils the soil here in Canada and pays taxes and does everything right and still finds himself in a position where their government doesn't accept them, there needs to be justice for that. Madam Speaker, when will this government ensure status for all those workers who give tirelessly to this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we recognize that international workers play a critical role here in Canada in many different sectors of our society, and it's important that the federal government continue to work with provincial governments in particular, whether it's departments of labor and other non-profit agencies, to ensure that the rights of these international workers, in particular, ensuring that they're not being exploited as much as possible, is in fact moving forward. And in regards to the member's policy announcement, am I to believe that it is the position of the NDP that if you are an international foreign worker or an international student, that you would be given automatic permanent residency status? I don't believe that's something in which actually I know that's not what we are saying as a party. But
it's not about cross debates. The honourable member had an opportunity to ask a question. He needs to listen to the answer, whether he likes the answer or not. If he has other questions or comments, then he should wait until it's time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 8 seconds to wrap up, so I can get to another question.
Madam Speaker, I would highly recommend that the member talk to the Minister of Immigration and share with him his thoughts.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, Canadian farmers and agri-food exporters have made Canada the 5th largest exporter of agricultural produce and agri-food products. The member mentioned the largest pea processing facility in this province. While I appreciate that the manufacturing sector, including the agriculture processing sector, has been in decline for the last 20 years. We need more manufacturing, we need more processing, so that we not only can have self-reliance, but we can also export value-added products. I would like to know, members, whether he accepts that we need to have more processing for value-added exports.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I really appreciate the question. At the end of the day, the more value added we can put into our products, Madam Speaker, the better it is. It means more jobs. It means more money. And that's one of the reasons why I'm a very strong advocate for trade agreements. Canada is a trading nation. No government in the history of Canada has signed off on more trade agreements than this current Prime Minister and this government, Madam Speaker. No government in the history of Canada has done so. And it's nice that the Conservative Party, almost in its entirety of the trade agreements, has been supportive of us signing those agreements, except one. The Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. I'm hoping that we'll see a somersault flip-flop and the Conservatives will come back and support it on third reading. I think even a number of the Conservative members across the way would like to see the leader of the Conservative Party change his mind and support that trade agreement, and I hope he does.
Who are trying to answer or ask questions, I would ask them to wait till the appropriate time. Time for a brief question. The Honourable for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker, I see that the Parliamentary Secretary was troubled that we aren't talking about Senate Bill 9 on weapons of mass destruction, even though that wasn't a Liberal campaign promise. Would he not agree that with 2 million people using a food bank every day and 1 in 5 families eating less food because they can't afford it, that it's more important for this House to be looking at solutions of how to address food insecurity, such as this motion?
The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, 40 seconds.
Madam Speaker, absolutely, it's an important issue, and that's one of the reasons why we brought forward the fall economic statement. By the way, we start debating that tomorrow to try to minimize this particular bill, to say that, that the Chemical Weapons Convention is not an important piece. Canada does have an important role to play in the world. It's a leadership role, and at the end of the day, it would have been nice to have actually had that debate today and ultimately see that bill pass. But the Conservative agenda seems to be prevent legislation from passing, bring in the concurrence reports, and heaven forbid, they're targeting the Canada-Ukraine deal. They don't want to see that thing pass, and I say shame on them.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Look, it's a pleasure for me to speak to this subject, and I'll cut right to the chase because I don't have much time. This report dealt with the potential to increase food processing, and I'd like us to come back to the main issue in that report, which was produced during COVID at a time when we could see just how fragile our supply and processing chains were. The goal of the recommendations that my colleagues and I drafted at the time was to say to the government, let's have a long-term vision. Let's try to make things better next time round. Let's try to improve our food autonomy and resilience and our resistance to things like COVID. What will it be next time? We saw the war in Ukraine dredged up a whole different set of problems, and so there will surely be different impacts in the future. So we need to be resilient domestically, and that was the purpose of the recommendations, and I'd like to run through them briefly. The first recommendation said that it was urgent to invest in the infrastructure network, including transport, particularly, to facilitate market access as well as transportation within the country. It's fundamental. And unfortunately, since May 2021, because this was a report from May 2021, I haven't seen much done in terms of government action on trade. They complain that the opposition always blocks things, but the Liberals could actually have moved forward with some of these concrete recommendations. And I'm thinking about our port capacity in, by the way, like, for example, there were problems during the pandemic with transporting fresh produce, whether it was fruits or vegetables, or fresh pork, for example, fresh pork from Quebec or from central Canada, Manitoba, and so on. It had to get it to the port in Vancouver. That was an issue because if the port was blocked, some of these products are perishable, and so it was a real problem. And private insurers, because they're usually involved when there's money to be made, but they withdrew because they were afraid that they were going to lose money on this, and then producers were stuck. There was only one insurer that didn't get out of that market. So let's not wait until the next crisis. Let's not wait until we're up against it. We can take steps now, very basic steps now, to head off future problems. We also made recommendations about a targeted program, and I think my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue will be very happy to hear this. A targeted program in cooperation with the provinces and territories, because we, of course, respect one another's jurisdictions, but to improve regional processing capacity, and particularly regional abattoirs or slaughterhouses. My colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue and myself and our entire caucus think that there should be ongoing, stable funding to take some of the pressure off the major abattoirs that are there now. And remember, 3 factories process the majority of Canada's slaughterhouse business. So there needs to be some redundancy. We need to have some regional slaughterhouses to take some of the pressure off the main players. And given the climate crisis, does it make sense to be shipping livestock to the U.S. and then bringing it back here once it's been slaughtered? for processing. And my colleague from Abitibi-Temiskaming would have even more to say about this than I do and could do a better job of it than I can. But we don't want to be screwed by, we don't want to be stuck having to keep doing things the way we do them. We need to have regional capacity, and we need to have a long-term view. And I think, unfortunately, all too often, they don't have that. Well, we in the Bloc, we're raising our hands to say that we do have a long-term vision, and it's in the common interest, and we would encourage the government to take up our recommendations. Can we support those institutions that we need so badly?
Another recommendation, Madam Speaker. We talked about increasing rural processing capacity, and we also talked about the local agriculture infrastructure fund, which at the time had a maximum amount of $25,000 per project. So this was a sum that could be given to small projects in our rural areas. And so we said that this wasn't enough money and that there wasn't enough money in the fund. Sometimes with our reports, we wonder what happens to them or if they just go onto the shelf somewhere. Now, with this resolution, something was done. We were happy. The fund was increased. A new $70 million was announced, and we were told that it would be for projects between $15,000 and $125,000. Many organizations in our ridings in Quebec, I have many colleagues from the Bloc Québécois who came to me with local files from people who worked hard, who used resources to accomplish things in programs with clear guidelines from the federal government. And yet after they submitted all this, they received an answer and they said, I'm so sorry, there are so many requests that we're only going to process the ones from remote and Indigenous communities, and only up to $50,000. So I'm sorry, we're so sorry. If we decide to read your document, we'll call you back. And these documents might be hundreds of pages long. You know, we all know what government forms are like. This is what it's like in a G7 country. People get that letter, and on the government's website, it's still stated that they can submit for projects between $15,000 and $120,000. And yet people at the same time are getting letters that say that it goes only up to $50,000, which means that still more organizations may be filling out paperwork for no purpose. Of course, the government loves that. I think that's very unfortunate, Madam Speaker, and I would invite the government to do something. I hope the parliamentary secretary is listening to this. He spoke earlier about the importance of processing companies, and we really need more money for this. It's urgent. The next recommendation, Madam Speaker, the fight against food insecurity. I just spoke about Northern and Indigenous communities, and that's very important. Yes, it's important, but I'm just saying that other people had also submitted. But on that specific point, it's really urgent that action be taken. In 2015, somebody promised that all of our Indigenous communities would have drinking water, and yet that's still not the case today. It's hard to talk about it without getting upset, Madam Speaker. It's not acceptable in 2023. It's not acceptable. This same government said on food security, promised a $1 billion fund to reduce food insecurity in schools throughout the country. And where is that money? We recently got a motion adopted to ask for something to be done on this file. Where is that money? Our local organizations in Quebec are ready to do things with that money. But the problem in Quebec is that we have 80% of the responsibility and only half the money because the money is stuck here in Ottawa. Send us the money. We'll know what to do with it. We will feed our kids, Madam Speaker. We spoke about more flexible regulation as well. And in the case of slaughter, it's very complex. We don't want to reduce the quality and sanitary quality of foods. But we should show some diligence and intelligence. We heard some stories during this study about abusive inspections from the CFIA, even though the CFIA is under-resourced. We don't seem to be able to ensure that we can have our borders properly checked and monitors. And yet we're sending 3 inspectors to see if maybe a single drop of condensation will be falling from the ceiling in 4 days. This may seem far-fetched, but this is all coming from real stories. Can we please be more effective here? We don't have an overabundance of resources. We all know that one of the basic principles of economics is that you need to assign your resources appropriately, supply and demand. And we know that our human resources are very limited, which makes them more valuable. Earlier, I spoke about having a long-term vision and acting for the future. I've already spoken about this. The current labor shortage, the fact that even though we're right in the middle of the issue and we seem to be panicking, well, I find that concerning. I'm not a rocket scientist. I was a high school teacher, and in the 90s, which dates me a bit, it was a long time ago, in the 90s, I was already teaching my students about the inversion of the demographic pyramid, and that at some point we would be facing a labor shortage. I can't believe that no one in the government was aware of this in the 90s. How is it that today we're suddenly coming up against the issue and being like, oh, we should do something about it? The problem is the short-term electioneering thinking of these governments. And we see that here in this government, people are working on a very short-term basis and are constantly giving us the same slogans. A lot of people in this House do that, and I would invite those people to work constructively together and move things forward. So we spoke about improving that and to have some kind of internal system to prevent abuses, perhaps some kind of appeal system. Then moving on to the next recommendation. Well, we have a recommendation about high-risk materials in beef slaughterhouses. We know that now when a cow is slaughtered, a large portion, their brain, their spinal cord is disposed of to avoid bovine spongiform encephalopathy. But now we know that this costs a lot of money, and now according to the World Animal Safety Organization, we know that the risk level is very low. I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything about it, but we should consider that the risk rating is very low and that we should try to improve productivity among our bovine producers. I think this is something that would be worth at least an analysis. I've been saying this for 4 years, and I'm not the only person who's saying this. The situation has changed. The risk is really low now. I think we could do something about this. We also often eat beef from the states that doesn't have those same precautions. We need to be consistent. And this gets into the area of standards reciprocity, which would really make me upset, and I would be here for another half hour ranting about it, so maybe I won't get into it. We also spoke about creating incentives to create industrial research and development hubs. And what we saw with some panic in my case, because it was really while I was doing the study that I realized how chronically under-resourced the agricultural research sector is in Quebec and Canada. It's very disturbing. So this is a good example of how the government needs to show more long-term thinking. We don't want to see processing facilities closing. We need to do something about this. We recently saw a pork facility site, a site that was closed, and we were told that it was because there was less investment, that it's not up to date, that it's not efficient. But in that case, what are we going to do to make sure that our processing centers actually remain effective? It's not like this needs to cost a lot of money, but we need to do something. These multinationals, it's not all of them, but there are some. The day that it gets less profitable to renovate the current center, instead of processing it and opening a new one, instead of closing it and opening a new one, well, no one says that they will open the new one here. Maple Leaf is a good example of that. It went and had a new facility in the United States. So it's very important to be visionary and have long-term thinking. Now, we also asked the government to consider agri-foods processing a priority. That's not the case currently. And yet, it's the second biggest manufacturing sector in Canada. It seems to be taken for granted, a little bit like agriculture. It seems to be that the government says, well, they're there, they're doing their thing, so we'll support them twice as little as in the US, 4 times as little as in the EU, and yet they're working from dawn till dark every day to feed us. So I think we should show a lot more respect for those people than we currently show. We need to support them when they need it, especially now. I spoke a little earlier about the market gardening sector. We asked for a delay for reimbursing the Business Emergency Fund. If it doesn't, the government doesn't want to do a wall-to-wall delay, so we agree with that. So we're saying there should be some kind of one-stop shop for information and a case-by-case system. We need to help the hospitality sector, like Café La Bezotte in my writing. I saw them last week. These are people who are coming out in public and saying that our businesses need help. They're stuck. These people are so courageous. Thank you, Danielle, for having done that. It's very important. It raises awareness and it puts pressure on the government. And this would cost barely anything for the government. And earlier I got this highfalutin response saying, well, we've always been there for the small businesses. We will keep being there. We've done a lot to help. During COVID, 9 out of $10 spent came from the federal government, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I should hope so. The tax imbalance is huge. Ottawa is the one that has the resources, so that's not a real answer. And since then, in any case, a lot of water has flowed under the bridge. Look at the Ukrainian conflict. And the federal government took advantage of that to once again come and impose an additional cost on farmers. With the sanctions against the Russians. We all agree with sanctions against the Russians, but we need to be smart about it. And I don't think it's smart to have imposed a measure that no other G7 country did, considering the importance, the relative importance of our market. There's no actual impact on the targeted government. They're laughing at us, and our farm sector is paying day after day, is paying for this. And the worst thing is that when we convinced the government that they needed to help farmers, they don't seem to be capable of refunding them. They don't seem to even know who paid what. Some co-ops spread the cost around and so on. So instead, they put the funds in a program, the Farm Action Program. But then, this means that farmers are having to pay for their own program, and they're supposed to be happy about this. I mean, if I use the majority language here, English, I could just say, come on, let's be serious. Now, as for the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, we need something better. My colleague for Lac Saint-Jean started a study at committee about the situation, because right now there are a number of situations that are very harmful. Yes, among only some producers, but they're very unfortunate and they must not be allowed to continue. And that is caused by farming permits, an archaic and outdated system. We need to start having open sector-based permits as soon as this is asked for by the sector to give more flexibility. And at some point, I've been speaking a lot about long-term vision in this speech. I would invite us all to collectively think about the fact that the temporary foreign workers mechanism, it's great. Yes, we need them. No one else is going to do that, is to do those jobs. But how much longer can it go on like this? 50 years? Can we perhaps offer more paths to facilitate things for these people? That's also part of our recommendations. Could they bring their families? Could they stay and work? Could they become citizens of Quebec and of Canada and the other provinces? Could they contribute to our communities and be given a path to succeed? In fact, not long ago, we had an opposition day on immigration, on successful immigration. The things we bring forward are things that are well thought out. We don't just show up here with some silly fluff. In our motions, we don't just have 4 or 5 items that are fluff and one that's actually important. No, our motions are well thought out, and there has to be a really good argument to oppose them. And I think that motion of ours was almost unanimously adopted in the House. It's serious. But it was all very well to adopt the motion, but something needs to actually be implemented. That's a problem of its own. I spoke about the local agri-food and agriculture funds. The government loves to make announcements, but often there's not enough actual money. If you're the 10th person to apply, well, you're told it's too late, there's no more money. Or the rules are so complicated that the money's never actually spent. So 2 years later, they re-announce the same money, and they make themselves look very generous and open-handed, but actually it's just a vicious cycle of announcements, and we should put an end to this. Local internet. Do we want our businesses to be able to modernize? They need to be able to do that. In Berthier-Maskinongé, there are still municipalities where the mayor has to use pagers to get in touch with municipal councillors. That's ridiculous in 2023. And we're asking our businesses to invest and be effective. For example, our climate control and sprinkling remote systems, well, that's all important. And I'd also like to get I'd like to get a question about all this, but in any case, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have signed so many free trade agreements across the world, covering about 61% of the world's GDP. If there's one Canadian sector that uses all these free trade agreements, leverages and takes advantage of it to export, that's the Canadian agriculture and agri-food sector, who have made Canada the 5th largest exporter in the world. And I agree with the honourable member that we need to have more processing here. During the last 20 years, the manufacturing sector across our economy, the manufacturing sector is going down, the share of manufacturing sector is going down. And I would like to ask the member, one of the problems I hear from the entrepreneurs who want to set up processing facility is that we don't have the skilled workers available to work in these processing facilities, from maintenance technicians to the skilled workers for production workers, etc. Does he agree with this assessment?
L'honorable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this is one of the recommendations I didn't have time to speak about. We recommended that in the agri-food sector, that we move from 10 to 20%. I even proposed 30 for temporary foreign workers, but the majority wanted 20. And the government did that. So that's one of the things in the 18 recommendations that were done. It may not be enough, though. We need to be smart about it and have access for labor, for the workforce. And regarding international trade, most of our agricultural production is targeted to that, and we need to support that. But we should also not forget that there is also supply managed production, which is not for export. Currently, we have C-282, which received a high level of majority support in this House and needs to get adopted quickly. And when I talk about being respectful to our farmers and how they work, they're essential, and they create solid foundations in our rural areas. We need to get that bill adopted. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his excellent speech. We have a problem with slaughterhouse capacity here in Ontario and also in Quebec. The Liberals haven't done anything about this problem. They haven't done anything to improve the situation. What are the biggest recommendations, solutions, actions that my colleague would propose to improve the situation? The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for this rather straightforward question, because I know the answer. We need permanent, ongoing public investment in order to have alternative slaughterhouse sites. There are already many projects underway. We need to trust people on the ground. We need to make a list of the projects that are already underway and create a series of incentives and ongoing permanent support. This is a societal decision we need to make. Either we continue to pollute our planet by having to transport animals for thousands of kilometers, or we act smart and create alternative sites that can also absorb surpluses if there's a problem in the supply chain.
Pat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wanted, and by the way, I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I enjoy serving on the Agriculture Committee with him. I also want to touch on recommendation 14, just regarding the skills development and the encouragement for training and reskilling programs. You know, during testimony, we heard some testimony from UFCW, which of course represents many workers in our food and processing sectors. And in particular, you know, they recommended that the government bring together industry players, representatives of workers, and the government, so a tripartite representation. because I don't think there's actually enough awareness out there of just how technically skilled agricultural jobs have become. I think a lot of students have this stereotypical and very old-fashioned idea of agriculture, when in fact it is a very technologically specific area. And what does he think about the government having to do more to promote awareness of the not only the skills required, but also of the very well and high-paying jobs that are available, the opportunities that exist in this sector, so that we don't have to always rely on importing workers to fulfill the huge labor gap that exists?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Nangis. I would like to thank my colleague very much for that intelligent question, as is often the case at committee. That's what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about having a vision for the future, because we can act in the future. What will the issues be in 10 years, for example? So let us start teaching our youth, training our youth, giving information to our youth. And my colleague mentioned something fundamental. At the beginning, he said that people should sit down together. The federal government should sit down with people. The federal government prefers putting forward its own truth with its own programs that don't necessarily work. Let's sit with industry so that we can have real government, parliament, industry consultations. And of course, we have to respect jurisdictions while doing this. It was specified in our report, but it has to be done. We have to improve information and information communication, because currently, too many young people who are looking for a job aren't aware that there are jobs in this field. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to come back on a very intriguing element in my colleague's speech, which is the following. Ottawa collects half of our taxes. It could reinvest part of it to stimulate agricultural development, especially for abattoirs, which is not necessarily the case right now. There are certain ceilings, they say, not more than 50% of public money could be invested in this. But what we're also being told, if I understand the genius of my colleague for Berthier-Masquis-Nangis, is were these infrastructures created, public expenditures would stimulate a whole ecosystem in our region. It would make our villages more dynamic. Then local corner stores would be able to live because people would go to them. So people would be able to invest our money in our abattoirs and slaughterhouses in our regions. But currently, our animals are being sent 700 miles away, which has an impact on animal health and the environment. I'd like to hear what he has to say on the matter. The Honourable Member from Berthier-Masquis-Nangis. What an absolutely stellar question, which had the answer in it. Absolutely, my colleague, for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Through you, Madam Speaker, I answer his question. He raised a very pertinent point. He also identified what I was trying to quickly say earlier. When I talk about a societal choice, what we're talking about is a collective infrastructure, which would create an ecosystem. And that's what we have to realize. This ecosystem would be consistent with environmental policies. Currently, Canada is not close to meeting its greenhouse gas emission reduction aims, and no doubt they'll have lovely speeches for the next 10 years while we still have floods, hurricanes, aphid infestations. Can we finally be consistent in order to make our regions more dynamic? I love working with my colleague, and I loved his question.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, there is a bill currently in Senate, Bill C-282, a private member's bill from Bloc Québécois member. The Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance, which represents 90% of the agriculture food exporters, says that if Bill C-282, if it becomes law, it is dangerous for future Canadian agri-food exports, because that bill will prevent the government from talking about supply management in any future trade negotiations. So if it becomes a problem, does it not affect the agricultural sector, which has been one of the star performers in Canadian economy in terms of exports?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Nangis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for another straightforward question. When my colleague talks about the Export Alliance, which represents 90% of producers, these 90% the 90% also represents exporters. Their worry is that they say we'll need production in order to export to new markets. So we're being told that people are being supported for supply management, but they need to. But the government seems to want to use them as negotiation bargaining chips. We need to ensure the sustainability and stability of our supply management system. We can do two things at once, Madam Speaker. I was abroad and I keep talking about our food exports. I defend the industry. And to those listening to us, don't be afraid of C282. This is to ensure the sustainability of the system. If we don't adopt it, 18% of the market will be in the hands of foreign entities. And then after that, the breach will just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And so let us be honest with our farmers and producers so as not to fall into hypocrisy. Farmers and producers are essential. We need to adopt this bill. That could be defeated, of course. The honourable member, unfortunately, has run out of time. We do not have enough time.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Watchin Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly a very real pleasure for me as the NDP's agriculture critic and proud member of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food for almost 6 years now to be able to rise on this debate because, let's face it, the House of Commons does not get to review many agricultural committee reports, and I'm pleased to have this opportunity to participate in a concurrence debate on a report that I think is quite relevant and quite important, and I'm glad that we're having the opportunity to have this debate today. The Agriculture Committee, I think, is a very unique institution within the House of Commons. I've sat on a number of committees as substitutes before, and one of the things I've always appreciated about the Agriculture Committee is that we tend to operate very much on a consensus basis. And I think it comes from an understanding that no matter what political party you are from sitting around that table, we all realize that we all represent farmers, and that is across the political spectrum. Certainly we come to the table with different viewpoints, and we certainly stick by our principles. But I think it's that realization that we all represent farmers and we all want our agricultural industry to do well, which it lends itself to a very respectful tone at the committee. And it's rare that you will see reports coming out of our committee with a dissenting opinion or even a supplementary opinion attached to them. And that's one of the things I truly do appreciate. I am very proud to represent a rural riding on Vancouver Island, which has its own very long and storied history with agriculture. We have a number of families in the Cowichan Valley who have been farming, for 5 generations now, and it runs in our blood there. It's certainly not to the scale that you will see in the prairie provinces, but we're very proud of our agricultural history. We're very proud of the fact that we are Canada's only Mediterranean coastal climatic zone, which allows certainly us to grow some unique fruits and vegetables that could not be found anywhere else in Canada or survive, as a matter of fact. So I'm proud to come from that region and speak up for the farmers in my area. And when it comes to this particular report, let's get to the heart of the matter. Like when we're talking about processing capacity, we are essentially talking about a value-added industry in agriculture in Canada. We are all aware that whether you're raising animals or getting eggs from your chickens or growing raw vegetables or fruits, that's the primary production end of it. And farmers do quite well selling those. We all love going and picking our fresh produce and so on. But there's a whole other industry that is extremely strong in Canada and really carries a lot of economic might, and that is our processing industry in Canada, where we take those primary products of Canadian agriculture and we add value to them. So, you go to your local supermarket and you look at just the sheer abundance of processed food that we have. And I'm not talking about the food in the center aisles. I'm just talking about anything that's had value added to it. And, when we did this report, it's important for members to understand that when we were doing the study into this subject matter, we were right in the middle of COVID-19. The worst had passed through, but there was a huge trail of wreckage from that pandemic on Canada's food industry. And, we were very much dealing with a lot of people who were still suffering from that crisis and from the trauma that it inflicted on so many who work in this industry. We tabled that report in the spring of 2021. Unfortunately, in the summer of 2021, the Prime Minister decided to call what many thought was an unnecessary federal election. And so as a result, we never got to have a government response to that report. So when we reconvened for this 44th Parliament, one of the first orders of business was to retable that report by unanimous consent so that we could actually get the government response to it. So that's why it was Report 1 of this 44th Parliament. But, COVID-19 was brutal. It not only changed Canadians' eating habits, we no longer were going out to restaurants because they were closed by public health orders. We were essentially getting our food from supermarkets. So the way that the industry had to respond to that sudden and dramatic shift was a bit like an earthquake through the industry. We also know that the workers who were working on farms, working in the food processing factories, the processing plants, many of them were struck down by COVID-19. They tragically succumbed to the disease or became sick that they had to be off work for several weeks. And some, developed long COVID symptoms and were unable to return to work. So that was a huge shock to the system, the fact that for an industry that was already suffering from labor shortages, suddenly had its very limited workforce decimated even further, was very brutal. And it really allowed our committee to take a hard look at, the weak links in our supply chains and our ability to feed our local population. In fact, I can remember, the word that I was using as a theme to guide my questioning as a part of that study was resiliency. And we didn't have a lot of resiliency built into the system. And I think one of the things that COVID helped us understand was where the weak points in the supply chains are. And Madam Speaker, we discovered that there were a lot. And it's my sincere hope that we can take the lessons from this report and many others that other parliamentary committees have done, learn our lessons, because we know other shocks are going to come in the future. They may be climate related, they may be another pandemic. We don't know, but it's a very unstable place that we're living in right now. And so if we don't learn the lessons from our past, we're doomed to repeat the same mistakes. So when it comes to the main theme of processing capacity, I'm very proud to see that, in our report, we focused recommendation 2, recommendation 3, and recommendation 4 on that theme of processing capacity. One of the things that the main theme was, how do we encourage local processing capacity to develop? Because I'll focus my comments on the beef industry as an area which was extremely exposed and suffered terribly from COVID-19. So as many who are familiar with agriculture know, there are 2 corporate entities that run 85% of the beef processing capacity in Canada, and that's JBS, I think, and Cargill. And they have 3 main processing plants. Those plants during the pandemic their workforce was decimated by COVID-19. They had, in some cases they were completely shut down. In other cases they had 1 shift out of 3 working. And that caused a massive rolling backlog through the entire supply chain. So you imagine when in the beef industry we have our cow-calf operators, right? You raise your calves out in the fields. We have the National Cattle Feeders Association where they take those, they overwinter them to grow them up to a certain weight. And then, of course, we have the processing capacity. But when our processing plants were knocked out of commission or severely curtailed in their ability to handle a typical workload, suddenly all of our feedlots were jam-packed full because they had nowhere to send all of these cattle. And then, of course, if you go back even further, we had a lot of people, ranchers, who couldn't even get the cows off their lands. And so because they were, so constrained in where they could get their cattle processed, that exposed some of the very real weak links. And that's why you see 3 recommendations in this report specifically looking at ways the federal government can step up to the plate and develop local processing capacity. We had all of our eggs in just a few baskets, and when those baskets didn't operate anymore, we had no other place to put the eggs, to use a complicated agricultural metaphor. And the way to address this in the future is to make sure that we have processing capacity built up in our regions. It's not only good for local economies because those provide much needed jobs, but it also, whenever there's going to be a future shock, allows our country to better withstand that. And so, that's why, you'll see recommendations on how we develop local processing businesses and regional small-scale abattoirs, how we can identify strategic funding opportunities to address regional processing capacity, and also, how we can increase funding to funding envelopes like the Local Food Infrastructure Fund, which, could provide those services for small communities like mine, Duncan in the Cowichan Valley. So these are solid recommendations, and I'm glad to see that our committee spent a remarkable amount of time on them. Another area that I want to highlight in this report is, the harmony that's needed between provincial jurisdiction and federal jurisdiction, and especially in the context of processing capacity, because, if you go to a provincially mandated processing center, you can sell within your province, but you cannot sell internationally or across provincial borders. For those, you need a federally inspected facility, essentially one that's, inspected by the CFIA. And, what we wanted is that, I think that for an animal processed in British Columbia or in Alberta, if Albertans or British Columbians are eating those and it's perfectly safe, it should be good for Canadians right across every province. So we were encouraging the government to work with the provinces to find ways where we could, harmonize the requirements between provincially and federally regulated facilities. I also want to talk about labor, and particularly about skills development, because again, I said this in one of my earlier interventions. I think that for a lot of young people, first of all, there's an incredible disconnect between too many people in Canada and where our food comes from, how it's grown, and how it actually arrives on your dinner plate. And we first of all, we need to educate more young people in our urban centers about the hardworking men and women who are out in agriculture doing this hard work, getting it on our plates, but also the incredibly complex system of how it gets there. And I also think that for people who are coming out of high school and looking at potential career paths, a lot of them might overlook agriculture because they have an old-fashioned stereotypical view, which usually involves like a red barn and a cute tractor from the 1950s, when agriculture is so much more. Like 21st century agriculture is an incredible user of technology. We're talking about like the cutting-edge science in robotics, in communication with the internet and so on. It's incredible how much innovation is going on in our agricultural sector. And with that innovation and that technological need, you need to fill those jobs. You need very technically specialized people to come in and operate those machines, to fix those machines, and be a real economic driver for the industry. And so I think, I was glad to see representatives from UFCW come before our committee. They are one of the largest unions in Canada. They represent a lot of the workers who work in food processing centers. And, they really do want to see the government step up to the plate to work with employers, to work with worker union organizations so that there is more awareness in Canada's public school system about some of the exciting career paths that exist in agriculture. And if we can start that kind of an investment now, because the need for labor is so great. I think that's one of the ways that we can start heading things off on the path later on. The final thing I want to concentrate on when we're talking about food processing in Canada, and this may come as a surprise to some people, recommendation 16, but the recommendation that we have a grocery code of conduct, and I'll explain to members why that's important. Much has been made in the news this year about the incredible corporate profiteering that has been going on in certain sectors. And if you look at any sector, whether it's telecom, oil and gas, the grocery sector, banking, corporate profits over the last 3 years have reached unprecedented levels. And in my opinion, are the key driver of inflation that we are seeing today. This recommendation on establishing a grocery code of conduct is extremely important because when it comes to the relationship between large grocery chains and the producers and processors who supply them, there's always been a power imbalance. And that has been in that, grocers, we have 5 large companies which control 80% of the market. And when you wield that kind of market dominance, you are able to set a lot of the terms and conditions about what products get sold in your shelf. So, if you are a processor or a producer and you want to make money, chances are you have to sell your stuff at Metro. You have to sell yourself at your product at Loblaws. That's just simply the only way you can turn a profit. And so there's a power imbalance there. And a lot of the times, people who are supplying the foods that people find in their grocery stores, they find that those processors were getting dinged with hidden fees. They would get dinged with fees if they supplied too much, if they supplied too little, if they were a day late, etc. There was no rhyme or reason to the fee structure, but they were powerless to fight that. And that's why you see this major call from producers and processors that we need to have a grocery code of conduct. I see you rising, Madam Speaker, and I'll just end my remarks.
Yes, so the honourable member will have 4 minutes and 15 seconds the next time that this matter is before the House to finish up on his speech, and then 10 minutes of questions and comments. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings on the motion at this time. Pursuant to Standing Order 66-1, the debate on the motion is transferred under government orders.
It being 6:21, the House will now proceed to private members' business as indicated on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-322, National Framework for a School Food Program Act, standing in the name of Mr. Cormier.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Thrilled to have the opportunity to rise to speak in support of Bill C-322, an act to develop a national framework to establish a school food program. It's quite similar to a bill I had put forward in 2021, an act to develop a national school food security strategy, which I had chosen as my PMB because as a former teacher, I've seen firsthand how desperately needed a national school food program truly is in this country. Unfortunately, it never made it to second reading because Parliament was dissolved, and so it died on the order paper. But I'm really glad to see it brought back today and that I'm able to speak to it. This bill mandates the Minister of Children, Families and Social Development, in consultation with the Minister of Health, provincial governments, Indigenous governing bodies and other relevant stakeholders to develop a national framework to establish a school food program. Within a year of the Act coming into force, the Minister must prepare a report setting out the national framework and must table a report before each House of Parliament on any of the first 15 days on which that House is sitting after the report is completed. And within 5 years of the tabling of the report, the Minister must undertake a review of the effectiveness of the national framework and prepare a report setting out his or her conclusions and recommendations regarding the national framework. Madam Speaker, I'd like to explain why I believe a bill of this nature is absolutely necessary in Canada. First, our children are sent to school to learn. Well, nutrition plays a key role in allowing that to happen, as of course, good nutrition contributes to academic achievement. Child cognitive development is dependent on adequate nutrition. According to Roberts et al., an inadequate protein and energy intake in childhood is directly associated with reduced growth and is indicative of several psychosocial problems later on in life. And undernourished children exhibit impaired development and decreased functional capacity. Children who do not receive adequate nutrition and psychosocial stimulation are likely to underperform in school and to have poor levels of cognition and education, which are linked to low income earnings later on in life. It is imperative for children to have access to healthy food. And Madam Speaker, we know that things are tough right now. Groceries are expensive. The cost of living due to inflation has made it so that more and more families are having a difficult time putting food on the table. This bill brings us closer to ensuring that our kids have access to at least one healthy meal every school day. It ensures that our kids are not spending their school day thinking about how hungry they are or wondering when they're going to eat their next meal. Instead, they're able to focus on learning. Madam Speaker, the effects of malnutrition on learning is not the only reason why Bill C-322 is a necessity in Canada. When I think back to my teaching days, I remember that some of the toughest parts of my days as a teacher was seeing kids eat alone or walk in the hallways alone, just kind of disappearing during the lunch hour. Something we often don't think about is the shame that a child or adolescent feels when they don't have a lunch. They're afraid of attracting attention to themselves during those moments because they don't want to answer any uncomfortable questions about why they don't have lunch with them. They don't want their peers to know that their families can't afford to feed them. It impacts their self-esteem and their ability to fit in. Food insecurity limits a child's ability to fully participate in social activities and in their school community, which amplifies existing feelings of social isolation related to material deprivation. No child should have to feel that way. No child should be subjected to unequal opportunities of friendships or positive social interactions. Edward Frangillo and colleagues investigated adolescents' experiences of shame related to food insecurity using an ethnically diverse sample of 40 adolescents aged 9 to 15 years old. Participants described feelings of sadness, anger, and internalized shame, and among the situations which brought out these feelings, the most were social encounters at school among peers. This feeling of shame often leads to increased mental health challenges, including anxiety, depression, and even suicidal ideation. That's why this bill is so important. It would give the government the opportunity to work with provincial governments, Indigenous governing bodies, and other stakeholders to develop the best possible framework to put in place. If done properly, this framework would not single out food insecure children. It would offer all kids one healthy meal per day in order to make schools more inclusive. According to Chloe Pinot and colleagues, numerous studies have documented the stigma, shame, embarrassment, and social isolation associated with the use of charitable food programs. So it would be best if we could find a way for all children to benefit from receiving a healthy meal at school, to level the playing field. I'd like to share one particular memory that I have from my teaching days that has stayed with me ever since. I was teaching secondary 1, 2, and 3 students at an English high school in Montreal, and one day, early in December, I was on hall duty. I had to spend the lunch hour supervising a certain hallway in the school, and one of my sweetest secondary 1 students, that's a 7th grade student, who always sat in the front of the class, always smiled and behaved in the most polite way, was walking towards me. She looked like she was not in a rush to go anywhere in particular, and the rest of her classmates were in the cafeteria at the other end of the school. I saw her empty-handed, and I asked her where her lunch was. And to the question, she responded that she didn't have a lunch because her parents were saving the food for the Christmas holidays. The Christmas holidays... The Christmas holidays were still a couple of weeks away.
Okay. Yep.
I told her to go to the office because the office had food to give students who are in this kind of situation. I told her that they give snacks to students who forget their lunch or who don't have any lunch. She was reluctant to go, asked for food, and actually said, "No, miss, I'm okay." But of course, I brought her with me and assured her that it was okay and that this happens to many kids. I also explained the situation to the office staff so that they would set something up for the next couple of weeks. But most kids do not get caught. Most kids are really good at hiding when they don't have a lunch to bring with them to school. On the way back to my classroom, I thought back to whether or not there were any signs that I could have picked up on. I thought about her grades and realized that she did receive a few failing grades, and I hadn't understood why, because she wasn't coded and she always seemed like she was paying attention. This was a student that I taught back in 2016. I can only imagine how many kids are in that same situation today, if not worse. The current economic context has increased the need for school food programs in Canada. Nearly 2 million people, including more employed people than ever, used food banks in March 2023 alone, a 32% increase from that same month 1 year prior. 1 in 4 Canadian children live in households that experience food insecurity. Not only is a school food program the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. According to research conducted in countries similar to Canada, every dollar invested in school food, yields an estimated social return of $2 to $6. Madam Speaker, this is the reason why I will be supporting Bill C-322. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of constituents from Kelowna Lake Country. Today I rise to speak on this Liberal private member's bill. Canadians are struggling to heat their homes, to find affordable places to live, and to feed themselves and their families. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, residents in my community and Canadians can't even provide basic necessities for their families. Many families are finding themselves in this situation. More children are not able to access nutritious food, and more of their parents are relying on food banks. Food bank usage hit another record high in 2023, with 2 million people using a food bank in 1 month. Canada's largest city, Toronto, just reported 1 in 10 people rely on a food bank. Usage is up over 30% in my community. This is a crisis and a result of government policy failures. The idea that children are missing meals because families can no longer afford to buy food is heartbreaking. However, this legislation does not address the causes. The only thing it calls for is for ministers to do reports and reviews, all of which we won't see for years down the line. We need to focus on stopping the crushing inflation and cost increases to families. The NDP Liberal government continues to create legislation and policies that is driving up the cost of everything. Their inflationary spending has driven up inflation, which has driven up interest rates. The facts are that after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, higher taxes, increased red tape and bureaucracy have driven up investment, or driven investment away, rather, having Canada slide further down each year with a continued low Canadian dollar, making anything bought from our largest trading partner, the U.S., more expensive, and putting Canada on track to be one of the most unproductive and least prosperous OECD countries. The International Monetary Fund listed Canada as having the 6th worst misery index score out of 35 industrialized countries. Simply put, the higher the score, the worse the economic situation and quality of life. Canada's score is the 6th highest. But the Liberals don't want to be talking about any of this. They want to make it appear like they are helping, even though they are the cause of high prices and people's misery. It's like walking along and someone tripping you, and while you're looking up at them, they hold out their hand and say, "I'm here for you, let me help you up." And they put out their hand. Meanwhile, you're lying there thinking, "I wouldn't be lying here if you wouldn't have tripped me in the first place." The truth is, this proposed legislation does nothing to address the rising cost of groceries through inflationary spending and increasing carbon taxes, increasing the cost of fuel. This bill will bring more government and more bureaucracy. It's more government studies and more government reports. If we look back, we can remember that the Liberals campaigned on this bill in 2021. Now, 2 years later, the Liberals want to make it seem like they haven't broken yet another one of their promises, and the legislation isn't even from the government. It's a private member's bill to think about enacting legislation. In reality, this bill is a placeholder. Even if this bill had any substance to it, the effects wouldn't be felt anytime soon, and again, does nothing to mitigate the causes. This bill is about creating reports. Not-for-profits are the ones doing the work serving communities now. We must do more to fight food price inflation by the federal government stopping the spending. Children need and deserve proper access to nutritious food at every meal. According to Dalhousie University's Agri-Food Analytics Lab, a new survey showed that almost half of Canadians are purchasing less protein for their meals, and that over 45% of people are prioritizing saving on costs by skipping out on nutritious meals for themselves and their families. The Prime Minister said Conservatives are exaggerating how bad people's personal financial situations are. But in BC alone, over 66% of people are worried that their health may be compromised in the long run. I even had a resident in my riding or my community tell me that because food prices are so high, she was praying that her garden would be able to provide enough food for her household with 4 teenagers. People have been left to pray. I spoke with a resident from my community who said she works with seniors, and some of them are so undernourished, they actually look forward to being admitted to the hospital so they can be provided with some nourishment. This is the Canada of this NDP Liberal government and their decisions after 8 years, which is nothing short of shocking how they are affecting people. There are things that we can do now. First, axe carbon tax 1 and 2 outright across Canada. Second, stop the inflationary spending, which is also increasing interest rates. And third, stop the red tape and bureaucracy that is holding back investment, making Canada uncompetitive and unproductive, which is increasing Canada's misery index. There are record-breaking lineups outside of food banks, and people who can't afford to house themselves are living on the street. For the first time, there are working middle class living in their cars. In my home province of British Columbia and in my community of Kelowna Lake Country, one of our local food banks just said a 91-year-old came in as a client for the first time in her life. There is a food bank now for students at University of British Columbia, Okanagan. Our 2 community food banks and the many not-for-profits are helping to feed families with young children, seniors, and our most vulnerable. In Victoria, some food banks are seeing monthly increases by the hundreds. In Vancouver, one food bank has registered nearly 2,000 clients since July. This is what happens when you tax the farmer that makes the food, then the trucker who transports it, and then the parent who buys it. A resident from my community of Kelowna reached out to me because the taxes on his gas bill were actually higher than his total gas usage cost for the month. This puts pressure on other home expenses like food. Inflationary deficit spending is driving up inflation, which is driving up interest rates. Housing prices have doubled over the last 8 years. Rents have doubled over the last 8 years. What the Liberals are doing isn't working. This private member's bill today from a Liberal is in fact an acknowledgement that Liberal policies simply aren't working. Across the country, Canadians are realizing that this NDP Liberal government is simply not worth the cost. Feeding our children is important, and I know all of us in this House want to make sure every child is fed. Only scrapping the NDP Liberal carbon tax, stopping policies increasing costs for farmers, stopping policies that will make food packaging more expensive, bring down the spending, which will also bring down inflation so parents can afford to buy food. Only Conservatives will stop the inflationary spending to bring down inflation so Canadians can bring home lower interest rates and afford to live. We will reduce taxes to bring down inflation and make paychecks go farther. This placeholder bill will do nothing to stop the causes of why families are struggling to feed themselves. It is actually an acknowledgement that the policies of this government are not working. We must fight for our families and children and their well-being. This means fighting against government bureaucracy and red tape, and fighting to stop the root causes of the misery of residents in Kelowna Lake Country and across the country. It means fighting the costly carbon tax and inflationary spending that this NDP Liberal government continues to pile onto Canadians, increasing prices and their misery. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening to speak to Bill C-322. It's an act respecting the establishment of a national framework for a school food program. First of all, let me begin by saying, Madam Speaker, that no one can be against virtue. And I know that this is an extremely important issue. In fact, it's a critical issue for our young people, all of them. In order to succeed at school, well, I have right next to me a specialist on school success, the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'm sorry, I accidentally said de Montagne. In order to succeed at school, as I was saying, it goes without saying that having a full belly is pretty crucial. There are so many local initiatives. In Quebec, we are very lucky. In all of our regions, there are local initiatives that are fighting tooth and nail to provide a meal to our students in our schools. Madam Speaker, as the daughter of a school headmaster and a teacher, and I'd like to say hello to my mother who's probably watching, Françoise, I've seen and heard so many stories of children arriving at school each morning on an empty stomach. And I have helped many children and foundations in my area to help and provide meals for young people. These are children sometimes whose last meal was the day before, or children who didn't even have a chance to have that meal the day before. Children who are upset not because they're stressed, but because they're so hungry and they have a headache. This has got to stop. It's not okay. In fact, it's an abomination, Madam Speaker. It's it's completely unacceptable in a G7 country. I just don't understand. And yet, there are places where people have chosen to make a difference. Starting in 2024 in Wales, thanks to a program called the Universal Primary Free School Meals Program, all primary school children will be entitled to a meal at school. The Welsh government has introduced this new public policy to tackle child poverty and to ensure that no Welsh child has to attend class on an empty stomach. And on the website of the Welsh government, we have the program guidelines. We could draw inspiration from this. They are promoting healthy eating. increasing the variety of food available to children, improving mealtime behavior, improving behavior and results at school, results in their education. These are some of the very basics, Madam Speaker. And in France, school cafeterias have been feeding all French children for decades. A school-age child's diet, this is something I'm reading from there, is essential for his or her growth. It needs to be balanced, varied, and spread throughout the day. For example, 20% of total energy intake in the morning, 40% at lunchtime, 10% at 4 p.m., 30% in the evening. Mealtime is an opportunity for students to relax and communicate, among other things. It should also be a time for discovery and enjoyment. So that's something that I found on the French Ministry of Education website. And it reflects exactly how I feel about this issue. Now, Quebec does not yet have a universal school meals program, but it has already introduced a food policy for early childhood centers. That's actually been in place for 25 years. I don't know what's happening out there. I know that the sergeant at arms has gone out. I don't know if it's in the lobby or if it's in the corridors outside the house. But I'm going to ask someone to go look at what's happening because it's very noisy right now. Maybe the doors should be closed. The doors to the lobbies, if it's in the lobbies. Has that been dealt with? The Honourable Member for Laurenti-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it was a bit distracting. And this is a complex issue for our youth. As I was saying, in Quebec, early childhood centers already have a food policy to ensure that these kids have eaten. To make sure that they are able to develop and thrive and have school success. Because we know very well that in early childhood development, it's imperative that they learn about healthy lifestyle habits, among other things. And we also need to ensure their proper physical and cognitive development. That said, there's still an elephant in the room. Creating such a plan, and I'm sure you'll expect me to say this, Madam Speaker, but creating such a plan would only extend Ottawa's reach into area where it doesn't belong. Education is an area of provincial jurisdiction. It's up to Quebec, yes, Quebec, to decide what to do in this area. It's not up to Ottawa to enact yet another national framework on a subject that I have no doubt is very important for the member for Acadie-Bathurst. I'm very touched to see that he cares so much about this issue. But I don't believe that this, under its current form, should see the light of day, because it's ultimately an area of interference in Quebec jurisdiction. Last August, Quebec's Minister of Education told Radio-Canada that the Ministry of Education of Quebec had already earmarked $50 million for these programs to help the most disadvantaged children. I do agree that there is room for improvement. And I think I have told my colleagues very, very clearly that I do believe this is a priority issue for our young people. But this is not the right method. Ottawa must stop presenting itself as the ultimate champion of progressive policies to the detriment of constitutional law. Actually, why not champion both of these things? But I know that the federal government is well aware of the social crisis, the housing crisis, the inflation crisis, the food bank crisis, and so on. We know that families are having to make truly heartbreaking choices. And so I would ask you the question, Madam Speaker. When you're a parent, when you're a mother, and you have to ask yourself whether, on the one hand, to pay your rent or mortgage, and it may even be late, or whether to pay for groceries, how are you supposed to feel? Thousands of families in Quebec are having to ask themselves this question every month. It's really upsetting. In fact, it breaks my heart. If the Liberals really want social policies, education policies, public health policy, then they should run for provincial office. That's why we have provincial parliaments. The House of Commons is not the right place. The Quebec National Assembly is the place where Quebec MPs should really be debating education policy. Section 93 of the Canadian Constitution says so, not me. That's where MNAs should meet to debate policy on education. And if the federal government really wants to do more, here's an idea. If they really want to make a difference in the plates of thousands of Quebec school children, pick up the phone, call Quebec City, speak with Bernard Drinville and Éric Girard, and transfer the money to Quebec. Quebec is the one that's running school service centers. Quebec knows its own schools, and Quebec has always managed its own education policy. Please, just let them organize their policy as they want. In conclusion, we need to stop being so centralizing. Yes, the federal government can be a partner, and it should attempt to make this very important issue a success at every level. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Second. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. They say, Madam Speaker, that public education is the great social leveler, and yet we know that kids can't access the promise of education if they're hungry. And today, millions of kids across our country are going to school without food in their bellies. This is something we can change, Madam Speaker, and this bill before us, Bill C-322, can be a part of that change towards the creation of a nationwide school food program that will provide healthy meals to kids going to school right across Canada. Now, there are many reasons that we should pursue a national school food program. I was looking at a study cited here from the Rockefeller Foundation that showed in the United States the $18.7 billion investment in school meal programs provides a return on investment of $40 billion. And perhaps for some people those kinds of numbers are motivating, but I think there's a much more profound reason that we need to do this. Because access to healthy food for kids is a human right. Because kids deserve to access the promise of education with food in their bellies. And far too many, millions of kids across our country aren't able to do so. That's why we in the NDP have long called for a national school food program. I want to particularly highlight the work of the member for Vancouver Kingsway who tabled Bill, I'm just looking for the number here, Bill C-212 in 2021 towards a national school food program, and also our excellent critic, the member for Winnipeg Centre, who has been working tirelessly on this issue in her role as the critic for children, families, and social development. Madam Speaker, Canada is not doing well when it comes to the provision of school food. Right now, Canada is the only G7 country that lacks a national school food program. Among the OECD countries, we're one of only a few countries that lack such a program, and a 2017 study by UNICEF ranked us 37th out of 41 countries. These are 41 of the richest countries in the world. We're ranked 37th when it comes to the provision of school meals. This is something we need to do much better on. Right now, the situation in Canada is really a patchwork of programs that are held together by NGOs and volunteers and schools, private donors. They're working so hard to ensure that kids can have healthy meals at school. And yet we know that it's not meeting the need that exists in our country despite their tireless efforts. And that's why the federal government has a responsibility, Madam Speaker, to come forward with a fully national school food program that meets the needs of kids. Now, I mentioned the situation in Canada. Every province and territory does have some semblance of funding for school meal programs. Unfortunately, that funding is falling far short, between 3 cents and 94 cents per person per meal. I think anyone in this House who's bought food recently can tell you that that's not nearly enough to ensure that kids are getting nutritious food at school. And right now, this is a particularly pertinent issue because we've seen the cost of food skyrocket. With the profits of the grocery giants going through the roof, more and more Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, and the existing patchwork of school food programs is having a hard time affording the food that they need to provide even the level of school meals that they're currently providing. Not to mention meeting the needs that exist across the country. In my home province of British Columbia, we're very fortunate that the NDP provincial government just recently announced a historic program, Feeding Futures. This is a $214 million school food program over 3 years. It's the largest investment in a school meal program in Canadian history, and it's making a difference right across our province, with school districts now able to increase existing programs and create new programs where none existed. We need the federal government to come to the table as a partner, and this bill in front of us, Bill C-322, can be a contribution in that direction. I'll mention, Madam Speaker, that it's taken a long time to get to this point. Of course, the Liberal Party in 2019 committed to investing in a school food program. They didn't put a dollar value to it. In 2021, we saw a commitment in the Liberal platform that the government would commit $1 billion over 5 years. 2021, that was 2 years ago. Just imagine all the kids across our country that could have been fed in the past 2 years if those dollars had flowed, if that commitment had been made real with a budget commitment. And we are hopeful, Madam Speaker, that Budget 2024 will include these necessary dollars so that the patchwork of programs across the country can get the funding that they need to deliver more meals. Now, this vision for a national school food program, we know that it needs to be universal. It shouldn't just be for kids who aren't getting adequate food at home. It should be for all kids so that we're not stigmatizing those who come from more disadvantaged backgrounds. We know that it needs to be cost shared with the provinces. We know that it should be free or low cost for the kids that participate in these programs. And we know that it needs to support Indigenous food sovereignty and local food production. These are the characteristics, Madam Speaker, that I hope will be reflected in a national school food program that is created under the terms of this bill before us. This can be something that makes our country stronger, Madam Speaker, and when we do that, we're going to be better for it in so many different ways. I really had my eyes opened to the potential of school food programs 2 years ago when I visited Sulawak's Community School in Terrace in Northwest BC. And I visited Sulawak's with a number of people, with Sam from the Coalition for Healthy School Food, with Margot from Farm to School, and with the principal of Sulawak's. And they showed me the school food program there. It was tremendously impressive. I got to go into the kitchen and watch this lineup of little kids lined up to get homemade soup and fry bread that was made by some really wonderful a volunteer named Janice Sherrick Fowler. She's been volunteering at the school for 12 years. And one of the Indigenous support workers at the school, Colleen Morgan, I know she's fondly known as Grammy Colleen to the kids. And she got up at 7 o'clock that morning to make over 200 pieces of fry bread. And seeing the joy on the children's faces when they came into the school to get this food, it really brought home, Madam Speaker, the potential of these programs to get kids the nutritious food that they deserve so that they can learn in our schools. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't also highlight the work of another tireless volunteer in the Terrace area, and that's Gurjeet Parhar. Gurjeet has been working on local food programs on food security for so long through the Kalem Community School Society. And the Kalem Community School Society has been delivering a good food box and a food share program in communities all the way from Dease Lake in northern BC and Telegraph Creek all the way down to Bella Coola and over to Haida Gwaii. She's been a tireless proponent of school food programs, and I want to thank her for her incredible work across the Northwest. Madam Speaker, this is an idea whose time has come. It's time for us to move quickly now. There have been far too many delays in getting a national school food program up and running. We need this $1 billion commitment over 5 years to hit the ground, to match the funds that are being brought forward by provinces like my home province of British Columbia. We can improve Canada's standing among peer nations. We can get nutritious, healthy school food to kids right across our country, and we can make our country stronger as a result. We can uphold the human rights of these kids that are going to school hungry. In a country as rich as ours, Madam Speaker, we should do no less. We should make every effort to ensure that our children and children in communities all across this nation have the school food that they deserve and that they need to learn. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today in support of Bill C-322. It's an act to develop a national framework to establish a school fund program. And I want to thank my colleague, the member for Acadie-Bathurst, for introducing the bill. Madam Speaker, I enjoyed a career as a teacher, as a principal, as a divisional principal, as a coach. And during that time, I had the opportunity to work with thousands and thousands of students, as well as their families, educators from across Manitoba. And I grew to understand, Madam Speaker, the importance of being well fed, the importance of having nutritious options available during the school day, before it begins, and when it ends. Madam Speaker, nutritious food and its availability is important for a number of reasons for a student. Their energy, their concentration and attention span, their sense of self, and a general positive outlook upon each and every day. As mentioned by my colleague across the way a moment ago, Canada is the only country in the G7, Madam Speaker, without a national standard or framework on nutrition programs in schools. And I want to be very clear before moving on to some other elements of my remarks this evening that we understand provincial jurisdiction over the vast majority of education in Canada. This bill serves as a catalyst for all levels of government to work together for the well-being of young people across the country. Et je comprends, comme mon honorable collègue de la...
I understand, like my honourable colleague from the Bloc mentioned, that the different areas have different jurisdictions over education, but there are a number of examples, Madam Speaker, of how, by working together with various levels of government, we can create positive policy in Canada. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that this here bill is no different. It is an opportunity for us to work together to do so.
Madam Speaker, I want to read some words that were shared with me by Alan Campbell, who is a fellow Manitoban who serves as the current president of the Canadian School Board Association. And Madam Speaker, in my brief time in Parliament thus far, I've tried my best to include the remarks of folks who live where I come from, because I believe that it's my responsibility and our responsibility here to reflect their voices back to Canadians through this chamber and the roles that we occupy. So Mr. Campbell had the following to say in regards to this bill, and I quote, Local school boards across the country are ready and willing to work with our provincial and federal governments as well on the creation of a national framework for a school food program. Recognizing that in many rural and urban communities across the country, existing school nutrition programs already function with direct support from local charitable organizations and school boards, there are already many highly successful models on which to build, and in order to rapidly create a framework for a universally accessible food program for all schools across Canada. Mr. Campbell goes on to say, Madam Speaker, I quote, "In Manitoba, school boards point to the long-standing success of the Child Nutrition Council of Manitoba, a charitable organization that for decades has partnered with the Manitoba School Board Association as well as the public and private sectors in delivery of strong and sustainable nutrition programs in Manitoba schools. The newly elected Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, and his government have committed to working with school boards and the CNCM to expedite more food programs to more schools, and this partnership in Manitoba may well serve to positively inform the development of the national framework as sought out in this bill." I actually spoke just yesterday, Madam Speaker, to Premier Kinew and informed him that I would be talking about this matter in the chamber today, and he simply wanted me to reiterate that the values of the government of Manitoba are aligned with the intentions of this bill, and we will be proud to work with him and his government in an effort to see it pass and to deliver for children across the country. I want to turn for a moment, Madam Speaker, to the disproportionate impact that the disproportionate impacts facing Indigenous communities in Manitoba as it pertains to poverty. And I note that a few of my colleagues here, one of my colleagues from Winnipeg Centre, will know the tragic nature of these statistics very well. The graduation rate for First Nations students in Manitoba, Madam Speaker, has been as low as 50% in recent years. This is comparable to roughly 95% for non-Indigenous students in the public system in Manitoba. Out of the 11,000 kids in Manitoba that live in the child welfare system, Madam Speaker, 90% of them are Indigenous. So key to reconciliation, key to doing our part to deal with the tragic consequences that poverty brings to communities, and as I've just mentioned, disproportionately to Indigenous communities in Winnipeg and in Manitoba, we must look towards how we can deal with nutrition. There are also many opportunities here, again key to reconciliation, Madam Speaker, to include Indigenous values and perspectives as it relates to food, diet, and health, and how those things are reflected in curriculum. There are ways for us to embed Indigenous teachings and worldviews in healthy foods in schools, websites, curriculums, and conversations. And Madam Speaker, I've grown to admire the work of a grassroots organization called Teach for Canada. They are doing wonderful work to develop and support education on reserve in Canada's northern communities. Here is what their executive director, Ken Sanderson, offered as commentary with respect to this bill. And I quote, Madam Speaker, "In championing Bill C-322 and the creation of a national school food program, it's crucial to recognize the ongoing inequities faced by First Nations. Teach for Canada, with its mission to address educational disparities in First Nations, underscores the interconnected nature of these challenges, emphasizing the need for a localized, community-driven approach to achieving student success in the classroom. To truly commit to ending child hunger, we must prioritize community consultation and tailor our efforts to create a well-rounded learning environment that addresses the linked needs of education and nourishment. This requires a nuanced approach that considers factors like food costs, insecurity, and the need for culturally sensitive, Indigenous-informed nutrition." End quote. Madam Speaker, the Winnipeg School Division, my former employer where I got my start as a teacher some years ago, is the largest school division in the city of Winnipeg and indeed in the province of Manitoba. Many of its schools reside in my riding, as do many of the staff that work in them. The Winnipeg School Division, Madam Speaker, continues to provide nutrition programs throughout its 79 schools. And in my riding, Gladstone School offers a robust breakfast program that ensures all learners are prepared to learn. The challenge, Madam Speaker, is that most nutrition programs are supported by limited grants and the goodwill of charities. If we want to create a robust society, it is important to provide all learners, not only in the Winnipeg School Division, but all over Canada, with a targeted and sustainable source of nutritional food. In my home province of Manitoba, Madam Speaker, the government funds the Child Nutrition Council of Manitoba, which I referred to earlier, and it provides grants to schools. In 2021-2022, these grants supported close to 34,000 children through 302 programs. I used to apply for these grants on behalf of students as a principal, Madam Speaker, and they are wonderful. They provide an incredible amount of support that is in desperate need for young people. But it's not enough. And I watched the impact that these programs had on students in the schools that I worked at, schools that colleagues of mine worked at, the schools that my friends' kids went to, and it reinforced the importance of having at our disposal this type of support to make sure that kids have a positive experience in school. I want to reiterate in closing, Madam Speaker, the urgency of implementing a national school food program. I hope that we will be able to find bipartisan support in this chamber for this piece of legislation. I know that there are areas in which my colleagues and I may disagree about the source of inflation, what is driving the cost of living and affordability in this country, but I do think that we can agree on the importance of ensuring that these programs exist. So when federal and provincial governments work together, Madam Speaker, great things can happen for Canada. We have seen this on deals ranging from childcare to health transfers and on efforts to combat climate change. I hope that Bill C-322 will afford us another opportunity to do just that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Battle River Crowfoot, and I'll just advise him ahead of time that I'll unfortunately have to interrupt him at some point.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to stand in this place to debate the issues that are so important to Canadians. And specifically, since we're talking about an issue that deals with education, I'll get into the substance of this bill here in a moment. But just to shout out, I had the opportunity, a young lady from BC, her name is Abigail, had a chance to have a visit with her in the hallway prior to coming into this debate, and she informed me that she plans to be Canada's second female Prime Minister. So just a big shout out to Abigail, a very bright young lady in elementary school, and it just speaks to the incredible potential that exists across our country in its young people. Madam Speaker, we're talking about one of the fundamental issues that our country faces, and that is when it comes to the affordability of food. So there are three things that I hope to be able to address in the short time that I have here before us. And the first is that certainly when it comes to the idea of a school lunch program, the idea of this sort of thing, it sounds great. But, Madam Speaker, like so many things that get talked about in the nation's capital, studies, reports, and frameworks, in this case, don't feed kids. Now, Madam Speaker, that's where I would like to, I start by emphasizing that, because our country needs real action to ensure that we can address the affordability crisis that so many are facing, which is leading to kids having to go to school hungry, families having to make difficult decisions about whether to pay for their rent, home heating, or groceries. And Madam Speaker, certainly that's what the first point that I'd like to make in regards to the debate here tonight is that food has become unaffordable for so many in our country, and it should not be that way. And let me emphasize how fundamentally advantaged Canada is when it comes to being a producer of high-quality food products. We have the space, the capacity, the expertise, and the experience to produce the world-class quality food that our people need here in our own country, but also around the world. And certainly it is a travesty that we are seeing approximately 2 million visits to food banks per month in our country, when we have been blessed with such incredible capacity here at home, it is truly a tragedy. And we see how the underlying causes of that, the fact that we have to talk about some of the issues surrounding kids having to go to school hungry is absolutely tragic. But we have before us a very, very simple step that would take a bill that currently sits in the Senate that would be a step in the right direction about addressing some of those challenges, and that is common sense conservative bill C-234 that would remove the carbon tax on all types of farm fuels and heating, Madam Speaker, that would allow for the price of food to be brought down in our country, that would ultimately allow families, allow our people from coast to coast to coast, because of course our north is deeply affected by the price of food, yet it is unfortunately being stalled. We have to ensure that folks are able to have prosperous jobs so that we can address some of the challenges as we talk about, and it's been raised several times in the debate tonight, and it's fundamentally important, and I'll get into some of the jurisdictional challenges here in a moment in the short time that I have, but we have to acknowledge how important it is to ensure that everything, that our society functions well, for civil society begins to deteriorate when people cannot afford food, and it is directly the actions of left-leaning ideologies that are forcing prices in this country to rise. And that truly, Madam Speaker, is a travesty. And as a farmer, fifth generation on my family's farm in Alberta's special areas, I was discouraged today by the fact that the Prime Minister did not offer support for farmers, but said he'll meet with them and tell them how they should or shouldn't do their business. And truly, it is that attitude that farmers don't need. They need to, left-leaning ideologies need to get out of the way and let our farmers grow, raise, and ensure that we have that high-quality food. Madam Speaker, the second point that I would make in the short time that I have here is that this bill is actually an admission of Liberal failure. There are two of the platforms, I believe it was 2015 and 2021, that the Liberals actually promised to have a national lunch program in their election platforms, yet they were unable to fulfill that, Madam Speaker, and this is an admission of that failure. And Madam Speaker, I would say...
Fortunately, I do have to interrupt the honourable member. We are at the time. We need to allow for 5 minutes of reply.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst, 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It will be difficult to summarise 2 hours of debate in just 5 minutes. First of all, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank all my colleagues from various parties who took the floor to speak to this very important bill, which could be transformative for youth in our society. I said it in my initial speech. I believe that this bill is one of the most important bills that we will be debating at this Parliament. We're in 2023, Madam Speaker. I want you to think just 1 second for some examples I will give you. Many children go to school hungry. They don't have breakfast, they don't have dinner, and they don't even have a snack. 20% of children say that they don't eat enough at home. 50% of households in First Nation communities say that they find it hard to feed their families. We are one of the only G7 countries that doesn't have a school food program. In some provinces and territories, there are schools that are funded so that they can have school food programs. Some children get fed, therefore, but some don't get fed. A couple of striking examples, and that is the reason for which we need to have a framework. We need to have a national program in our schools to make sure that our children no longer go to school hungry, so that our children don't have to think about their hunger. We want to adopt this bill so that they can focus on their studies without worrying about their empty lunchbox. Some parties have concerns with regards to jurisdictional matters. Yes, we're aware of this. Education is provincial, but Madam Speaker, my bill states it very clearly. We will collaborate, and we will have to collaborate with provinces and territories this in order to create a national program. And we will respect jurisdictional boundaries, but that is why we need to have this kind of discussion with provinces and territories. I was lucky enough this morning to have been invited to present at a school to talk about healthy eating with a group that promotes healthy eating in school, and I've worked with them for a number of years so that we can have school food programs throughout Canada. Madam Speaker, this bill, I would say, is too important to be politicized. I do find it a bit of a shame when Conservative colleagues, for example, say that pollution pricing hinders the creation of school food programs.
You know, 42 years ago, I was in grade 1, and you know, it was 1992 at that time. There was no price on pollution. Interest rate was high. And some of my friends besides me didn't have anything to eat. So this is not a new problem, Madam Speaker, and this is why we need to address that. So, in closing, Madam Speaker, what I want to ask, et ce que je veux demander humblement à tous mes collègues.
What I humbly request of all my colleagues in this place is to support this bill. Don't do it for me. Do it for our kids. Do it for our young people who need a school food program, who need to be going to school not on an empty stomach. We need to help those kids and those families. So I hope my colleagues from all parties will support my bill. And I'm very pleased to have had the opportunity to table this bill in the House of Commons. So thanks once again to all those who spoke. And I hope we can move to the next stage with this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, everyone.
The question is as follows. Monsieur Cormier, appuie.
Mr. Cormier, seconded by Mr. Waters, moves that Bill C-322, an act to develop a national framework to establish a school food program, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
Conformément à la
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 6th, 2023, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions.
Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, and a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and seconded.
That this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, JFK purportedly said once that victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. From this, we can gather that the decision to hire GC Strategies to build the ArriveCan app was a failure because nobody will admit to being the one responsible. Nobody wants to claim the parentage of this terrible, terrible decision. Conservatives have been persistently prosecuting this case of the Arrive scam scandal. This government spent $54 million. They contracted GC Strategies to build the ArriveCan app. They spent $54 million on it. The RCMP are now investigating some of the contractors involved. And we have asked repeatedly a simple question, which is who is the person that is responsible for the decision to hire GC Strategies? Now, this is a two-person company. Nobody in the company does any IT work. All they do is receive the contract and then subcontract it. They go on LinkedIn, they send messages to people asking them to do the work. They don't do any of the work themselves. They just receive the contract and subcontract it. It's like if you, Madam Speaker, hired me for $100 to paint your fence, and then I went and hired another member to paint the fence for $50, They did the work, you paid me, and I collected a whole bunch of money in the middle. That is essentially how GC Strategies operated in this case and in other cases. They don't have the people or the capacity to do the actual work. So by all indication, it was a terrible decision to spend enormous amounts of public money through GC Strategies for this overpriced, glitchy, ineffective app. We have all kinds of things that have come out in the discussion of this issue. We have doctored resumes that have, in another case, been presented to the Government of Canada. We have systemic questions about how the procurement process works. We also have now senior public servants accusing each other of lying about who made the decision. And this is quite incredible. We have senior public servant Cameron McDonald and Min Doan accusing each other of lying about who made the decision to go with GC Strategies. So again, we have repeatedly in this House and in committee, and I put the questions to the Minister for Procurement yesterday, he didn't answer, who is the person that was responsible for this decision? Under this government, under this Liberal NDP government over the last 8 years, we've seen how everything is broken, but nobody is responsible. Apparently, anything that goes wrong is nobody's responsibility. Again, as JFK said, victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. There are a lot of orphans, according to this government. We didn't make that decision. That was external factors. But this was a decision of government, of someone in government. Somebody decided that this two-man company working out of their basement doing no IT work, someone decided that they were the right people to build this app. They were the right people through which to spend $54 million. And we will continue to ask the government this simple question. Who is responsible for this decision? Who made the decision? Was it a minister? Was it the Minister of Public Safety? Was it the Minister for Procurement? Was it a particular senior official? We have senior officials actually accusing each other of lying, saying, oh, it wasn't me, it wasn't me, it was that guy, it was that guy. But this government is ultimately responsible for the decisions that are made while they are in power. They have been in power for 8 years. Simple question. Who made the decision? I hope the Parliamentary Secretary will answer. Who made the decision to choose GC Strategies to build the ArriveCAN app? Who made the decision?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I always find it interesting in terms of the member opposite, and he'll take an issue, whatever that issue might be, and then he'll associate it with whether it's the Prime Minister or the government, and then he'll add on the end of it scandal. And he is very consistent at doing that. It doesn't matter, Madam Speaker, to what degree it's factual, but he insists on always putting the word scandal and then trying to associate it with the government. I'm not saying that there's no wrongdoings, Madam Speaker. In fact, when the member asked the question and the minister responded, let me quote what it is that the minister indicated. Indicated that, and I quote, "What I am happy to explain to the House is how seriously our government takes allegations of inappropriate behavior with taxpayers' money and contracting or subcontracting. We are obviously very pleased that the committee is looking into this matter. We are pleased that the Auditor General is also seized with this question. We are also pleased that the Canada Border Services Agency, when these issues came to light, took the appropriate action with internal reviews and, as was appropriate, referred any and all of these circumstances to the appropriate authorities." Madam Speaker, as the minister clearly indicated, we take the allegations very seriously, and the government is determined to support the work, whether it's the auditor or the standing committee on the matter, and at some point in time, and hopefully sooner as opposed to later, we will see allegations substantiated, or we'll get to the bottom of the issue, and the government is committed to addressing it. The member opposite, and I don't know who, but was provided a letter, and I thought it was kind of an interesting letter that was dated from October, and I don't know if it was the member himself, but someone actually asked for the RCMP to come before the committee, one of the standing committees, a member from the RCMP, and I think it was addressed to the Standing Committee of Government Operations and Estimates. The member looks a little puzzled, so I'm not too sure if he's aware of it. Maybe it's a document that's possibly another committee. I'm not really 100% sure. But the bottom line is that in the letter signed off by the RCMP, indicating that that they understood that the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates has adopted a motion calling for the appearance, among others, Sergeant Kim Chamberlain, in respect to reports that the RCMP is investigating allegations of misconduct by 3 companies involved in the development of the Arrive Can app. Contrary to the public reporting, the RCMP is not investigating the Arrive Can matter. And then it just goes on and just doesn't, in essence, say that they think that that person would be able to contribute positively or in any way to the committee. I don't know how that was ultimately resolved. I just come by this particular letter, and I'm curious to know whether or not it was that particular member or if he is aware of the facts with respect to that. But suffice to say, Madam Speaker, as I started my comments, that the government is, in fact, being very diligent in going through the process and ensuring that the tax dollars are, in fact, protected.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, in typical fashion, the member has delivered a word salad to the House of Commons that has absolutely nothing to do with a question that I asked. Somebody in this government made a decision to hire GC Strategies to produce Arrive Can. Somebody made that decision, clearly. The decision was made, so someone had to make it. Now, I didn't ever at any point say who made that decision, but I asked the government to tell us who made that decision, who was responsible for that decision. And frankly, the more they refuse to answer this basic question, the more guilty they look. My question is very simple. With senior public servants accusing each other of lying about this matter, with aspersions being cast back and forth, the House, the public has a right to know. $54 million were spent on this app. Who made the decision to hire GC Strategies? Who made the decision to hire GC Strategies to build the Arrive Can app? Who made the decision?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, the Government of Canada, the Minister in question, has made it very clear that we take the allegations very seriously. We are very much concerned whenever there are tax dollars that are being inappropriately expended. At the end of the day, these are tax dollars. They're very important dollars, and the government is determined in order to be able to get to the bottom of this, and we will. And there will be a consequence, Madam Speaker. And, there is billions and billions of dollars that is spent every year by government, whether it's directly or indirectly through agencies, and the government does the best it can in terms of ensuring that there's a high sense of accountability for civil servants. Lots of number of allegations have been made. We will get to the bottom of it, and there will be consequences, just consequences.
The order. There is no time for other interventions from the honourable member. We go to the next member, who is the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to follow up on a question that I posed to the Minister of Industry, a question that he conveniently refused to answer concerning corruption at the Liberals' billion-dollar green slush fund known as SDTC. An independent fact-finding report reveals a cloud of mismanagement, conflicts of interest, and self-dealing at SDTC. The report found, among other things, that the board improperly paid out nearly $40 million in so-called COVID relief payments, including funneling millions of dollars to companies that board members had an interest in. The chair of SDTC, during questioning before the Ethics Committee, was forced to admit that she funneled $220,000 to her own company and then funneled $120,000 of that into her own personal bank account. And she even moved the motion at the board. Incredibly, she claimed it was all okay because she and the board had received legal advice. It turns out that the lawyer who provided that legal advice is none other than a member of the SDTC Council. In other words, the lawyer was providing legal advice about conflicts of interest when he himself had a conflict of interest. And in providing that advice and being paid for that advice by SDTC, as he was, the law was broken because Section 16 of the SDTC Act prohibits any member of the SDTC Council from profiting from SDTC. And yesterday, we learned that another board member at SDTC had funneled a staggering $42.5 million of taxpayers' money into 4 companies that she had an interest in. She enriched herself to the tune of $42.5 million. It's unbelievable. And it appears that it only scratches the surface of corruption and mismanagement at SDTC because, according to whistleblowers, the level of corruption and self-dealing exceeds $150 million of taxpayers' money squandered. Madam Speaker, despite the well-documented corruption and mismanagement involving tens upon tens upon tens of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money, no one has been held accountable. The chair resigned, but not at the request of the minister, and the minister continues to stand behind the corrupt SDTC board. Why? Why is the minister more interested in protecting Liberal insiders who got rich improperly at the expense of taxpayers rather than rooting out the rot and corruption at the Liberals' Green Slush Fund?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to respond to the comments made earlier by the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, regarding the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Madam Speaker, I feel that it is important to reiterate and stick to the facts of this case. First, the minister took immediate action to initiate a fact-finding exercise through an impartial third party. That exercise found no clear evidence of deliberate unethical behavior. There were, however, several incidences in which the organization was not in full compliance with its contribution agreement. Second, to address the inconsistency, including the conflict of interest, the organization has been asked to comply with several corrective measures by December 31st. Out of an abundance of caution, financing for all new projects has been temporarily frozen until these measures are in place. SDTC has committed to implementing the corrective measures requested by us on an expedited timeline. Everyone involved is eager to get back to supporting Canadian business. Third, we now have in place an independent legal review by the firm McCarthy Tetrault to examine human resource allegations brought forward by current and former employees of the organization. SDTC has agreed to allow these employees to speak freely without violating any applicable settlement agreements or non-disclosure agreements. Fourth, although I know that the party opposite likes to take credit for the AG's decision to conduct an audit, since the allegations came to light, we have been in dialogue with the Office of the Auditor General on this matter. We welcome the Auditor General's decision to conduct the audit. We will await her report on this matter, which will be informed whether further action is necessary. Finally, the decisions of the chair of the SDTC's board and its president to resign were personal ones. It is for us to follow due process and await the results of the AG's audit before making any pronouncements. Taking a step back and in considerations of the facts of the matter as I have laid them out, I am confident that we are on the right path with the implementation of the corrective measures, the pending OAG audit, the HR review, and the reinvigorated leadership at the organization. We can refocus efforts on supporting our Canadian innovators in the clean tech sector. Madam Speaker, I take it very seriously when we talk about the Auditor General of Canada and the actions that the government has taken to date. I think should provide a very high level of comfort to people that would be following this debate, that the government is very much aware of it and taking direct actions to resolve it. A little bit disappointed in the member across the way, as the member and his colleague just prior asked a totally different question in another area. And again, the fascination that the Conservative Party has on words like corruption and scandal. They continuously want to raise it. I understand why they like those two words. I understand it a lot, Madam Speaker. But the bottom line is the government of the day is very much aware of it. And is indeed continuing to monitor, and as I indicated to the previous question, is in a position to look at the recommendations and to ultimately follow through when those recommendations are brought forward.
For St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad that the parliamentary secretary confirmed that the resignation of the chair of the SDTC was a personal decision that she made, not at the direction of the minister. The same chair who funneled $220,000 into her own company and then transferred $120,000 of that into her personal bank account. That is corruption. And yet that didn't meet the level for the minister to call on her to resign. If that level of corruption doesn't suffice to call for the resignation, what does?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The government is, and where I disagree, you see, the member opposite and the Conservative Party look at this whole issue as being one of a slush fund. And it's not the first time they used the word slush fund. You'll remember, Madam Speaker, they also used the word slush fund for Canada's child care plan, which saw a massive reduction in child care costs for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, as all provinces and territories signed on with the government. Again, we have a substantial fund here that's there to support business. The Conservatives say that they support businesses, and often what I find is they'll say one thing, but their actions demonstrate something entirely different. I wish the Conservatives would get on board and support businesses and our business community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, one of the big disappointments from last week's fall economic statement was the lack of action on extending the loan repayment deadline for the Canada Emergency Business Account Program. CEBA loans saved hundreds of thousands of businesses across Canada during the pandemic, millions of jobs. But recovery has been slow, particularly in some sectors such as tourism. The deadline to repay CEBA loans was extended from the end of 2022 to the end of 2023, but there continue to be calls to extend it once more to the end of 2024. Last month, the provincial premiers from across the country called on the government to make that extension. Chambers of Commerce, including those in my riding, asked for an extension. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business asked for an extension. The NDP and Bloc Québécois have both asked for an extension. Sadly, both the Liberals and Conservatives in this place have ignored those calls and remained silent. Eventually, the government extended the repayment deadline by 18 days. 18 days! That time will only allow businesses to secure additional loans and take on more debt. I recently met with Annette and Jorg in my riding. They own one of the oldest craft distilleries in the country. They've been in business for years. Like many of the small businesses in my riding, they depend on the tourism industry to be successful. So the CEBA loan program literally kept their business alive during the pandemic. They were on schedule to pay back their CEBA loan until this summer, when wildfires in the interior of BC drove the provincial government to close the region to tourism. So it wasn't just that visitors didn't want to come to a region that was on fire, they were literally told they couldn't come. August, one of the 2 big months for tourism-related businesses, was a complete write-off. I also heard from Conrad, who has a family-owned and operated fashion store in Osoyoos. The CEBA loan made the difference in getting his business through COVID. Conrad's business is almost entirely dependent on tourism and was also impacted by the wildfires this summer. So he didn't even get to the break-even point this year and can't pay back the CEBA loan or even buy new stock for next year. The wine industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry in the Okanagan Valley. It was hard hit last winter with an unusually hard and early frost that damaged many vines and even killed vines in some vineyards. So harvest was cut in half this year, and that impact will be felt next year and years after that when that wine matures. On top of that, most of the 300 or so wineries in the region were also hit by the lack of tourism in August because of wildfires. I had dinner last week with wine industry leaders and learned that many wineries are considering closing or selling right now because they can't make ends meet. Some have already closed. The BC Craft Breweries Guild reported yesterday that 15% of their members face bankruptcy if CEBA loan repayment period is not extended. They're not only impacted by the downturn in tourism, but the inflation that has driven up the cost of everything that goes into their craft beers. Madam Speaker, small businesses across Canada are in crisis. We need to support them by extending the CEBA loan repayment deadline. It is not too late.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, what I'd like to do is just to reinforce exactly what it is the Minister had said to the member not that long ago, and I quote, that this is why, in regards to the CEBA loan deadline, this is why we are offering additional flexibilities for small businesses to repay their CEBA loans. This includes a full 1-year extension on the term loan repayment deadline, more flexibility on refinancing, and more time to access loan forgiveness, which is both balanced and fiscally responsible. Madam Speaker, we know, as she goes on to say, we know times are tough, which is why our government is also cutting taxes for growing small businesses and lowering their credit card fees by up to a quarter. We will continue to listen to small business, and we will be there for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, if I may, I'd like to pick up on the issue of continuing to be there for small businesses, because I think it is important to recognize that as a government over the last number of years, even pre-pandemic, the government was there to support small businesses in different ways. One of the ones that stands out to me right offhand is the issue of the small business tax reduction that was given, a substantial tax reduction in order to support small businesses. And then, Madam Speaker, when we went into the pandemic, what we saw in a very real and tangible way is direct financial support given, put into the tills and the pockets of small businesses, and we saw that in different forms, whether it was through indirectly of wage subsidies for workers, or rental support, Madam Speaker, or the small business loans. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars. And at the end of the day, we made it very clear at the beginning of the pandemic that the government would be there to support small businesses, because we recognize the value that small businesses play in modern society here in Canada. They are the backbone to our economy, and the potential that it's there is absolutely overwhelming. And that's why, whether it was giving that the tax break to the supports during the pandemic, and to be able to extend where we can in a fiscal responsible fashion, that we're doing that, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that I'm happy to see is that through many of the programs that we put into place to assist small businesses, having had the opportunity to go and visit many small businesses, Madam Speaker, I constantly get reminded and told about how the government supports have been there and has allowed that business or even community nonprofit group to be able to survive because the government was there to have their back. And nothing has really changed. We will continue to be there to support small businesses today and into the future. One needs to take a look in terms of the fall economic statement, and there's a number of things that we can do, whether it's directly or indirectly. I often say indirectly, one of the best things we can do is ensure that there's disposable income for Canadians. We do that through different forms of rebates, whether it's the GST rebate or enhancements of social programs to ensure that the seniors have more disposable income or people with disability have more disposable income. That all allows indirectly people to support small businesses. In fact, on a personal note, Madam Speaker, I'm setting up my next householder, and it's encouraging people to get out there and use the small businesses that are in our community. I think we all have an important role. I do appreciate the member's question.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Madam Speaker, I recently asked the Parliamentary Budget Officer to calculate the cost or benefit to Canada of a one-year extension to the CEBA loan deadline, and I knew there would be a financial cost for the government to carry $40 billion in loans for another year. The PBO said that would be close to $1 billion. But I also know that many businesses will go under if they don't get that extension. A recent CFIB survey found that 28% of businesses strongly question whether they could remain in business if they lose the forgivable portion of the CEBA loan. And if those businesses go bankrupt, the government could lose over $10 billion in loans they can't recover. Unfortunately, the PBO told me they couldn't use the CFIB data, couldn't find any other data to calculate that loss. But even if only 10% of businesses go under, we would lose over $4 billion in unpaid loans. And more importantly, we would lose tens of thousands of businesses and hundreds of thousands of jobs across this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm personally very sympathetic to small businesses, and small businesses, as I say, has in many ways is the backbone of the Canadian economy. And I have family members, more than one, that are very much engaged in small business, and I can appreciate, and I believe in my youngest brother, I think even had one of the CEBA loans. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I believe that he did. I understood how important those loans are, Madam Speaker, and I can assure the member that had the government not stepped up when it did, there would have been huge numbers of bankruptcies. There would have been a lot more unemployment. It would have been so much more difficult for us to be able to recover going out of the pandemic. And I say that only because I truly believe as a government that we have been there to support small business. There are some limitations that the government has, and that's the reason why the minister continues to work closely with our.
I'm sorry, the Honourable Member, I've been trying to give him a signal there.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.